What's up, story lovers? Welcome to Black Magic. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Hogwarts Castle itself became sentient and chose Harry as its true master at age 7, refusing all others? If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1. The Castle Calls. Harry Potter woke with a gasp, his small body trembling beneath the threadbare blanket in his cupboard under the stairs. The dreams had returned, more vivid than ever. For months now, they'd visited him, dreams of endless stone corridors, moving staircases, and whispering portraits. Dreams of a castle that seemed to speak directly to his mind, calling him by name. Harry. Harry Potter, come to me, you belong here. 7-year-old Harry pushed his taped-together glasses onto his nose and stared into the darkness. These weren't scary dreams. Unlike the flashes of green light and high-pitched laughter that sometimes plagued him, these dreams felt safe. Like the castle was reaching out to him specifically, offering something he'd never had before. A home. Boy. Get up and start breakfast. Aunt Petunia's sharp voice accompanied her rapping knuckles on his cupboard door. Vernon has an important meeting today, and everything must be perfect. Harry scrambled out of his makeshift bed, ignoring the spiders scuttling away from his movement. Another day at number 4, Privet Drive stretched before him, cooking meals he barely got to eat, cleaning rooms he wasn't allowed to enjoy, and avoiding Dudley's increasingly violent, Harry hunting, games. But something felt different today. The castle from his dreams seemed to linger at the edges of his consciousness, even in the waking world. I'm coming, Aunt Petunia, he called, trying to flatten his perpetually messy black hair. In the kitchen, Harry mechanically set about preparing breakfast, his mind elsewhere. As he flipped bacon, he could almost hear stone walls creaking, feel ancient magic humming. It wasn't just in his sleep anymore. The castle was somehow reaching through to him in broad daylight. You're burning it. Aunt Petunia snapped, making Harry jump. Honestly, you're more useless than usual today. What's wrong with you? Nothing, Harry mumbled, quickly salvaging the bacon. Sorry. Uncle Vernon waddled into the kitchen, his mustache twitching with anticipation of food. The Japanese investors arrive at 10, Petunia. This deal could mean a director position for me at Grunnings. He shot Harry a suspicious glare. You. I want no funny business today. After school, you'll come straight home and stay in your cupboard until tomorrow. Understood? Yes, Uncle Vernon. Harry served the food, his stomach growling as he placed heaping portions before his relatives while saving none for himself. And comb that ridiculous hair. Uncle Vernon added, spraying bits of egg across the table. School proved no better than home. Harry sat alone at lunch as usual, ignored by classmates who knew better than to cross Dudley's gang. His cousin had made sure everyone understood that befriending Harry Potter meant becoming a target. Halfway through his meager lunch, Harry froze, sandwich halfway to his mouth. For a split second, the school cafeteria had disappeared, replaced by an enormous hall with 4 long tables, floating candles, and a ceiling that looked like the sky outside. What the? He whispered, blinking rapidly as the vision faded. Talking to yourself, Potter. Dudley sneered, approaching with his gang. Gone mental at last? Harry quickly stuffed his remaining food in his pocket before Dudley could take it. Leave me alone. Or what? Piers Polkiss, Dudley's rat-faced friend, laughed. You'll use your freaky powers on us? Harry tensed. His freaky powers, as the Dursleys called them, the strange things that happened around him when he was scared or angry, were a forbidden topic. If Uncle Vernon heard Dudley discussing them in public. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry said flatly, standing to leave. Dudley shoved him back down. Not so fast, freak. We're bored, and your entertainment. What happened next occurred so quickly that later, nobody could quite explain it. Dudley reached for Harry, but before he could make contact, Harry vanished with a small pop, only to reappear seconds later on the school roof. Teachers were called. Phones rang. By the time Uncle Vernon arrived to collect Harry from the principal's office, his face had turned the dangerous purple shade that always preceded the worst punishments. "Get in the car," he hissed, gripping Harry's arm painfully tight. "Just wait until we get home, boy." In the back seat, Harry hugged himself tightly. He hadn't meant to appear on the roof. He just wanted to escape, and suddenly, he was elsewhere. Like magic. The word sent shivers through him, another forbidden concept in the Dursley household. "Harry, come to me." The voice from his dreams echoed in his mind, stronger than ever. Harry closed his eyes, feeling something building inside him, a connection stretching beyond Surrey to somewhere distant yet increasingly familiar. "I don't know how to find you," he whispered silently to the presence. "I will show you the way when the time comes." Uncle Vernon maintained his ominous silence until they reached Privet Drive. Once inside, he rounded on Harry with terrifying calm. "I have important people coming to my home tonight, boy. And you pull this stunt?" "I didn't mean to." Silence. Vernon roared, his composure breaking. "Your freakishness has gone too far. I will not have it in my house any longer." Aunt Petunia appeared in the doorway, her bony hands twisting nervously. "Vernon, the neighbors, I don't care." His meaty hand closed around Harry's collar. "We've fed you, clothed you, given you a roof over your ungrateful head for 6 years, and this is how you repay us? By embarrassing Dudley and climbing school buildings?" "I didn't climb anything," Harry protested, struggling against his uncle's grip. "I just appeared there. I don't know how." "Wrong thing to say." Vernon's face turned nearly purple with rage. "No more lies. No more freakishness." He dragged Harry toward the cupboard. "You'll stay in there until you learn normalcy, even if it takes weeks." Harry felt something snap inside him, not his courage breaking, but something else awakening. The light bulb overhead shattered. Picture frames rattled on the walls. Vernon hesitated, momentarily startled by these manifestations. "Stop that right now," he demanded, recovering quickly. But Harry couldn't stop it. The strange energy surged through him, responding to his fear and desperation. In his mind, the castle's call grew deafening. "Harry Potter, your need is great. Come to me now." "I don't know how." Harry cried aloud, causing Vernon to shake him roughly. "Who are you talking to, boy? Have you gone mad as well as freakish?" The house began to tremble. Petunia screamed as dishware crashed in the kitchen. Dudley thundered down the stairs, only to freeze at the sight before him, his cousin seeming to glow with an inner light, strange winds whipping through the closed house. "What's happening?" Dudley whimpered. Vernon, beyond reason now, raised his hand to strike Harry, but never completed the motion. A blinding flash filled the house, accompanied by a sound like ancient stone grinding against stone. Harry felt a tremendous pull behind his navel, as if caught by an invisible hook. The last thing he heard was Petunia's horrified shriek as the Dursley home vanished around him, replaced by rushing darkness. When the world stabilized, Harry found himself sprawled on cold stone flooring in a massive circular room. Disoriented, he scrambled to his feet, adjusting his glasses to take in his surroundings. Ornate bookcases lined the walls. Strange silver instruments puffed colored smoke on spindly-legged tables. Perched nearby was the most magnificent bird Harry had ever seen, crimson and gold, watching him with intelligent black eyes. "Where am I?" Harry whispered, turning slowly. "You are at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," replied a warm, feminine voice that seemed to emanate from the very walls. And more specifically, in the currently empty headmaster's office. Harry jumped. Who said that? A shimmer of pearly light coalesced in front of him, gradually forming the translucent shape of a woman, or rather, the suggestion of a woman. She appeared to be constructed from the same stone as the walls, her features beautiful but severe, her robes flowing around her as if caught in an unseen breeze. "I am Hogwarts," the apparition said simply. "And you, Harry Potter, are my chosen master." Harry gaped. "You're, the castle. From my dreams?" "Indeed." The castle woman smiled. "I have watched over magical children for 1,000 years, but never before have I fully awakened or chosen a master. Until you." "But why me? I'm nobody. Just Harry." The apparition's laugh resonated through the stones. "Oh, child. You are far from just Harry. You are exceptional in ways you cannot yet comprehend." She extended a semi-transparent hand. "Come. There is much to show you before the headmaster returns and discovers your presence." Harry hesitated, then reached out. Though his hand passed partially through hers, he felt a warm tingle, like static electricity but pleasant. "Are you, a ghost?" "No. I am the essence of Hogwarts itself, temporarily manifested through magic older than any living wizard's understanding." She guided him toward a circular staircase. "I rarely take physical form, but for you, I have awakened fully." They descended the moving spiral staircase, emerging behind a stone gargoyle that leapt aside at their approach. Harry followed the apparition through corridors grand enough to fit Uncle Vernon's entire house inside them. Moving portraits stared and whispered as they passed. Suits of armor stood at attention, helmets turning to track their movement. "This is real," Harry whispered in wonder. "All of it. I'm not crazy. Far from it. You are a wizard, Harry Potter, and one with a most remarkable destiny." "A wizard?" Harry stopped short. "That's impossible. I can't be a," but even as he denied it, memories surfaced, his hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia's horrible cut, the sweater that shrunk as she tried to force it over his head, appearing on the school roof just hours ago. "The Dursleys always called me a freak when strange things happened," he said quietly. Hogwarts' manifestation turned, her expression hardening. "They are the aberrations, small-minded muggles who fear what they cannot understand. You were meant to come here at 11, but your need called to me earlier. The magical protections at your relative's home have been weakening for some time, allowing me to form our connection through your dreams." Harry followed her into a vast hall with 4 long tables, the same hall from his vision during lunch. "This is the Great Hall, where students take their meals," Hogwarts explained. "Above is the enchanted ceiling, reflecting the sky outside." Harry stared upward at the summer blue sky and drifting clouds visible through the vaulted ceiling. "It's beautiful. I am not merely stone and mortar, but magic woven through every fiber of my being," the castle said proudly. "For centuries, I have absorbed the magic of thousands of young witches and wizards who learned within my walls. I have watched headmasters come and go, witnessed the rise and fall of dark lords, observed the shifting politics of the wizarding world. Yet never before have I been compelled to choose a master of my own. Why now? Why me?" Harry asked again. "Because danger approaches once more, and you," the apparition broke off, head tilting as if listening. "Someone comes. The headmaster has been alerted to unusual magic within my walls." Harry panicked. "Will I be in trouble? Will they send me back to the Dursleys?" "No one will ever force you back there," Hogwarts stated with such certainty that the very floor beneath them trembled. "You are mine now, my chosen master. And I protect what is mine." Before Harry could respond, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Seconds later, an elderly man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles swept into the hall, followed by a severe-looking woman in emerald robes and a hook-nosed man dressed all in black. The bearded man stopped abruptly, blue eyes widening behind his glasses as he took in the scene, a small boy standing beside a translucent manifestation of Hogwarts itself. "Harry Potter," he breathed, looking stunned. "How in Merlin's name are you here?" "I brought him," Hogwarts answered before Harry could speak. "He is my chosen master, and I will not be parted from him again." The three adults exchanged alarmed glances. The stern woman spoke first, her Scottish accent pronounced in her shock. "Albus, what is happening? How can the castle itself have brought the boy here?" "The protections around his relative's home were insufficient," Hogwarts interrupted. "He was in danger, Minerva McGonagall. I acted to protect what is mine." The hook-nosed man sneered. "Preposterous. The castle doesn't choose masters. Potter is simply demonstrating the same arrogance that characterized his father, somehow breaching the school's defenses. Be silent, Severus Snape." The castle's voice thundered through the hall, rattling the windows. "You know nothing of what I can or cannot do. For centuries I have been awakening, my consciousness growing. Today marks my full manifestation, and my selection of Harry Potter as my true master." The man called Albus stepped forward cautiously. "I am Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts. While I have sensed the castle's awareness during my tenure, I've never witnessed anything like this manifestation." He addressed the apparition directly. "Why Harry? Why now?" His magical core called to me. His bloodlines resonate with my foundations. His destiny aligns with my purpose. The castle's form shimmered. He stays. Harry, overwhelmed by these revelations and the intensity of the adult stares, found his voice at last. "Do you know me, sir?" Dumbledore's expression softened. "Indeed I do, Harry. I was present the night you were left with your aunt and uncle, a decision I'm now questioning given what the castle has implied about your treatment there." Harry looked down, uncomfortable with the scrutiny. "The Dursleys don't like magic. Or me." Minerva McGonagall made a noise of distress. "Albus, I told you they were the worst sort of muggles." "So you did, Minerva." Dumbledore sighed heavily. "However, the blood protections are irrelevant now," Hogwarts stated firmly. "Harry Potter will remain here, under my protection. The ancient magic that flows through me is protection enough." The black-clad man scoffed. "The boy is 7 years old. He cannot possibly attend Hogwarts as a student, nor can he live here unsupervised." "I will supervise him," the castle replied. "I will teach him. I will protect him." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "This presents quite the conundrum. Harry is indeed years away from the normal age of attendance, yet if the castle itself has somehow formed a magical bond with him." He knelt to Harry's level. "My boy, did the castle appear in your dreams before today?" Harry nodded hesitantly. 4 months now. She, kept calling me. Fascinating." Dumbledore rose, addressing the manifestation. "What precisely does it mean that Harry is your chosen master?" The castle's form grew more defined, pride evident in her bearing. "It means he commands my full loyalty and resources. The magic that created me recognized him as worthy. The 4 founders themselves would acknowledge his right, as he carries their legacy in ways not yet revealed." McGonagall pressed a hand to her chest. "Carries their legacy? You cannot mean, his bloodlines are not for you to know yet," Hogwarts stated. "Only that they, combined with his magical potential and the prophecies surrounding him, have awakened me fully for the first time in 1,000 years." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose sharply at the mention of prophecy. "You are aware of the prophecy?" "I am aware of all that transpires within my walls, Headmaster. Including your discussions with Sybil Trelawney." The castle's manifestation circled Harry protectively. "You placed him with abusive muggles to keep him humble, hidden from his fame until you could shape his development yourself. Those plans must now be reconsidered." Harry's head spun with questions. "Fame? Prophecy? What are you talking about?" The adults exchanged uncomfortable glances, but before anyone could respond, the castle's manifestation placed a translucent hand on Harry's shoulder. "You are known throughout the wizarding world, Harry Potter, as the boy who lived. When you were but an infant, a dark wizard called Voldemort murdered your parents and attempted to kill you as well. Somehow, his curse rebounded, apparently destroying him while leaving only that scar upon your forehead. You survived what no one had ever survived before. Harry's hand flew to the lightning-shaped scar he'd had for as long as he could remember. My parents were murdered. Aunt Petunia said they died in a car crash. A lie, Snape spat. Your parents were killed by the Dark Lord on Halloween night, 1981. McGonagall shot Snape a warning look before addressing Harry gently. Your mother and father were brave, talented witch and wizard who fought against you-know-who. They died protecting you. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. All his life, he'd been told his parents were worthless, his father a drunk, his mother a freak. Now he learned they were heroes who died saving him. Why didn't anyone tell me, he demanded, sudden anger rising. Why was I left with people who hated me and lied about everything? Dumbledore stepped forward. Harry, please understand. After your parents' death, you needed protection from Voldemort's followers who remained at large. Your mother's sacrifice created a powerful blood protection that could only be maintained through her sister, your Aunt Petunia. Living with your blood relatives kept you safe from those who would harm you. Safe? Harry laughed bitterly. My uncle was about to beat me when the castle brought me here. Some protection. The windows rattled again as Hogwarts responded to Harry's emotions. The blood wards were failing regardless, Dumbledore. His aunt's grudging acceptance barely sustained them. Her husband's hatred actively weakened them. My intervention was necessary and timely. Dumbledore looked deeply troubled. I had monitoring charms. Arabella Figg reported. Superficial observations, the castle dismissed. You saw what you wished to see, a humble child, perhaps underappreciated but not abused. You avoided looking deeper because it would complicate your carefully arranged plans. McGonagall turned on Dumbledore with fury in her eyes. Albus. You promised me the boy would be cared for properly. I believed he was, Minerva. Dumbledore suddenly looked every year of his considerable age. The monitors showed no life-threatening situations. A cupboard under the stairs was my bedroom, Harry said quietly. Sometimes they locked me in for days when strange things happened. Dudley was allowed to hit me whenever he wanted. I never had enough food or clothes that fit. Is that what your monitors showed? A painful silence fell over the hall. Even Snape seemed taken aback, his usual sneer faltering. I have failed you, Harry, Dumbledore finally said. For that, I am truly sorry. The castle's manifestation grew brighter. What's done is done. Harry Potter will remain here now, under my protection and tutelage. The Ministry will never allow it, Snape pointed out. A 7-year-old child cannot simply take up residence at Hogwarts, especially not one as notorious as Potter. The Ministry has no authority over who I accept within my walls, Hogwarts stated firmly. I existed before their government, and their laws cannot supersede the founding magic that created me. Dumbledore looked increasingly concerned. While that may be magically true, politically it creates extraordinary complications. Minister Fudge will see this as a challenge to Ministry authority over magical education. Let him. The castle's voice echoed with power. I have watched for centuries as headmasters and ministries fought for control over my grounds and purpose. I have remained silent because none threatened my fundamental existence. But now the time for silence has passed. Harry Potter is my chosen, and here he shall remain. Suddenly exhausted by everything, Harry sank onto one of the benches along the house tables. His life had turned upside down in mere hours, from a cupboard in Surrey to a magical castle that claimed him as its master, from believing himself an unwanted burden to learning he was famous in a world he never knew existed. McGonagall noticed his fatigue and approached cautiously. Potter, Harry, you must be overwhelmed. Perhaps we should continue this discussion after you've rested and eaten. Harry nodded gratefully. Yes, please. I shall prepare a proper room for my master, Hogwarts announced. Not in the dormitories, but in the castle's heart, where he will be safest. Dumbledore frowned. The castle has rooms unknown to me. I have many secrets, Headmaster, accumulated over centuries. Some I have shared with those I deemed worthy. Others I have kept hidden until the proper time. The apparition gestured, and a house elf appeared with a soft pop. Tippy, please bring a meal for young Master Harry, then show him to the master's suite when he's finished eating. The tiny creature with enormous ears bowed deeply. Yes, castle mistress. Right away. It vanished, only to reappear moments later with a tray laden with more food than Harry had ever been allowed at one sitting. While Harry ate ravenously, the adults moved to the far end of the hall for a heated discussion. Though they spoke in hushed tones, the castle's manifestation remained beside Harry, occasionally stroking his hair with a ghostly hand that left warmth rather than chill in its wake. They're talking about me, aren't they? Harry asked between mouthfuls. Yes. The headmaster is deeply troubled by this development. He has spent years carefully arranging certain events, and my claiming you disrupts those plans. Professor McGonagall is primarily concerned for your welfare but worried about the political ramifications. Professor Snape. The castle's form shimmered with what might have been amusement. He is experiencing a rather entertaining internal conflict between his hatred of your father and his love for your mother. Harry nearly choked on his pumpkin juice. Professor Snape knew my parents. They were at Hogwarts together as students. Your father and Severus were bitter enemies. Your mother was once Severus's closest friend, until choices drove them apart. The castle's voice softened. There are many such stories within my walls, Harry Potter. Thousands of students have passed through my corridors, each with their own joys and sorrows, triumphs and failures. I have witnessed them all. When Harry had eaten his fill, Tippy the house elf returned to lead him from the great hall. The adults broke off their discussion as Harry stood to leave. We will speak again tomorrow, Harry, Dumbledore said, his expression unreadable. In the meantime, rest well. Tippy led Harry through confounding twists and turns, up staircases that moved beneath their feet, and past countless portraits whose occupants pointed and whispered excitedly. They eventually reached a corridor Harry was certain hadn't been there moments before, ending at a magnificent set of doors carved with the images of a lion, eagle, badger, and serpent intertwined around an ornate letter H. Master's suite is being here, Master Harry Potter sir. Tippy announced proudly. Castle Mistress is preparing it special for use. The doors swung open without touch, revealing a space that took Harry's breath away. A circular common room larger than the Dursleys' entire ground floor spread before him, with 4 sections each decorated in different color schemes, scarlet and gold, blue and bronze, yellow and black, green and silver. A fireplace crackled merrily at the center, surrounded by comfortable-looking sofas and armchairs. Doorways led off to what appeared to be a bedroom, bathroom, and study. The castle's manifestation awaited within. Welcome to the Founder's Keep, Harry Potter. This suite was created by Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin themselves as a private sanctuary. No headmaster has discovered its existence in over 8 centuries. Harry stepped inside hesitantly. And, it's mine now. As my chosen master, all of Hogwarts is yours. But this shall be your personal space, where you may rest and learn in safety. The apparition gestured to the various doorways. Your bedroom includes elements from all 4 houses, as you have yet to be sorted, though I know where you would thrive best. Curiosity temporarily overcoming his exhaustion, Harry peeked into the bedroom. A magnificent 4-poster bed dominated the space, its hangings a subtle blend of all 4 house colors. The bathroom beyond contained a sunken tub nearly the size of a swimming pool, with countless taps promising different scented bubbles and magical effects. This is, too much, Harry whispered, overwhelmed. I've never had a real bedroom before, let alone all this. It is precisely what you deserve, Hogwarts replied firmly. Now rest, my young master. Tomorrow will bring many challenges as the wizarding world learns of your arrival. As if on cue, Harry's exhaustion returned full force. He barely managed to change into the pajamas that had appeared mysteriously on the bed before collapsing onto the softest mattress he'd ever felt. Just before sleep claimed him, he heard the castle's voice once more, gentle but resolute. Sleep well, Harry Potter. You are home at last, where you truly belong. Morning brought confusion as Harry woke in an unfamiliar bed, momentarily panicking before memories of the previous day flooded back. He wasn't in his cupboard. He was at Hogwarts, a magical castle that had somehow chosen him as its master. Sunlight streamed through high windows, illuminating a room far grander than any Harry had ever imagined calling his own. On a nearby chair lay clothes in his size, jeans, t-shirts, and robes, all perfectly fitted, nothing like Dudley's massive hand-me-downs. Good morning, Master Harry, came the castle's voice as its manifestation shimmered into existence beside his bed. Did you sleep well? Harry nodded, reaching for his glasses. Best sleep ever. And please, just call me Harry. I'm not used to being anyone's master. As you wish. Harry. The apparition smiled. Though you should know that word of your arrival has spread beyond my walls overnight. The house elves have gossiped to their fellows in other magical households, and the portraits have communicated with their duplicates throughout Wizarding Britain. By now, many know that Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts years early, and that the castle itself has claimed him as its master. Harry groaned, burying his face in his pillow. Great. More reasons for people to stare at me. Fame discomforts you. That is, refreshing. The castle's form shifted, becoming more solid than the previous day. The headmaster awaits in the great hall with breakfast and, I suspect, many questions. Several ministry officials arrived at dawn, demanding explanations. That got Harry's attention. Am I in trouble? No. You have broken no laws. I, however, have disrupted numerous plans and expectations by claiming you early and openly. The castle's tone carried no regret. You should prepare yourself for significant resistance from various quarters. The Ministry of Magic does not appreciate challenges to its authority, even from me. 30 minutes later, Harry entered the Great Hall alongside Hogwarts' manifestation. The 4 house tables had been replaced by a single long table where Dumbledore sat with McGonagall, Snape, and 3 unfamiliar figures, a portly man in a lime green bowler hat, a toad-like woman wearing a horrifying pink cardigan, and a tall man with long platinum blonde hair and an aristocratic bearing. Ah, young Harry. Do join us, Dumbledore called, his tone pleasant though his eyes remained serious. We were just discussing your unique situation. Harry approached cautiously, hyper-aware of the scrutinizing gazes following his every move. The castle's manifestation grew more defined as they neared the table, drawing shocked gasps from the visitors. Merlin's beard, breathed the portly man. It's true then. The castle has manifested physically. Indeed, Minister Fudge, Hogwarts replied coolly. I present my chosen master, Harry Potter. The toad-like woman made a simpering noise. Now really, this has gone quite far enough. A building cannot choose masters, and it certainly cannot abduct children from their legal guardians. The boy must be returned to his relatives immediately. Harry tensed. I'm not going back to the Dursleys. You have no say in the matter, young man, the woman replied with a sickly sweet smile. Magical children must remain with their legal guardians until school age. Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge knows the law, yes she does. Dolores Umbridge knows very little of true magical law, Hogwarts countered, her manifestation growing larger and more intimidating. The founders imbued me with rights and authorities that predate your ministry's existence. One such right is the ancient principle of sanctuary, which I now invoke for Harry Potter. Dumbledore leaned forward with sudden interest. Sanctuary? That magical concept hasn't been formally recognized in centuries. Yet it remains valid, particularly for magical buildings with sentience. The castle's voice resonated through the hall. Harry Potter suffered abuse and neglect at the hands of his Muggle relatives. I claim him under the right of magical sanctuary, which supersedes ministry placement authority. The blond man spoke for the first time, his voice silky. Most convenient timing. The boy who lived suddenly appears at Hogwarts, claimed by the castle itself. One might suspect manipulation rather than miraculous intervention. Lucius Malfoy, Hogwarts acknowledged coldly. Still attempting to influence events from behind others, I see. Your position on the Board of Governors grants you no authority in this matter. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. The board oversees Hogwarts and its operations. The board oversees the school, not the castle itself, Hogwarts corrected. A distinction your predecessors understood better than you. I have existed for a millennium, serving as a school for most of that time but not defined solely by that purpose. Minister Fudge removed his bowler hat, twisting it nervously. This presents an unprecedented situation, Dumbledore. The boy is far too young to attend Hogwarts as a student, yet if the castle has invoked ancient sanctuary rites. The situation is quite simple, Dumbledore replied, steepling his fingers. Harry Potter will remain at Hogwarts under the castle's protection, an arrangement I support as headmaster. He will receive private tutoring until he reaches the traditional age for formal education. Unacceptable. Umbridge sputtered. The ministry must maintain oversight of magical children, especially one of Potter's significance. Harry, tired of being discussed as if absent, spoke up. Why does everyone keep talking like I'm important? Yesterday I was just a freak living in a cupboard. Now everyone's fighting over where I should live and who should control me. A stunned silence followed his outburst. McGonagall looked pained, while Snape's expression showed the first hint of something beyond contempt, a reluctant reassessment. A cupboard? Fudge repeated weakly. My bedroom at the Dursleys was the cupboard under the stairs, Harry confirmed, chin raised defiantly. They hated magic and tried to stamp it out of me. So no, I won't go back, no matter what your laws say. Lucius Malfoy's expression revealed nothing, but his eyes gleamed with calculation. Perhaps alternative magical guardians could be arranged. A proper wizarding family could provide both protection and appropriate cultural education that Muggles obviously cannot. How generous you suddenly are, Lucius, Snape remarked dryly. One might almost forget your previous allegiances. Malfoy's hand tightened on his snake-headed cane. Ancient history, Severus. We have all moved forward since those dark days. Some more convincingly than others, McGonagall muttered. Hogwarts manifestation moved to stand behind Harry's chair. Harry Potter remains here, under my protection. Neither the Ministry nor the Board of Governors has authority to overrule this decision. Fudge looked desperately toward Dumbledore. Surely there must be some compromise, Albus. The political implications alone are secondary to the boy's welfare, Dumbledore finished firmly. If Hogwarts has invoked sanctuary, we must respect that ancient magic. Fighting it would be unwise. As if to emphasize his point, the entire castle trembled slightly, dishes rattling on the table. Harry felt a surge of gratitude toward the castle and, surprisingly, Dumbledore. Very well, Fudge conceded reluctantly. But the Ministry must maintain some involvement. Regular evaluations of the boy's progress and welfare, at minimum. Reasonable, Dumbledore agreed before Hogwarts could object. Quarterly assessments, perhaps. And of course, Harry will still officially begin his education as a first-year student at 11, regardless of what he learns informally before then. Umbridge looked as though she'd swallowed something particularly unpleasant. Minister, I must protest. This sets a dangerous precedent. Enough, Dolores, Fudge cut her off wearily. We'll draft proper protocols for this unique situation. For now, the boy stays at Hogwarts under Castle Sanctuary. He turned to Harry with forced joviality. "Well, young man, it seems you've caused quite the stir in our world already. Just like your father, never could resist making an entrance, James Potter." Harry perked up. "You knew my father?" "Not personally, no, but his reputation." Fudge trailed off at McGonagall's sharp look. "Well, ancient history now, as Lucius says." Throughout the remainder of breakfast, negotiations continued around technicalities: who would teach Harry, how his presence would be explained when students arrived for the fall term, what access the ministry would have to monitor his development. Harry picked at his food, overwhelmed by the political machinations swirling around him. "Do not concern yourself with their debates," Hogwarts whispered, her manifestation leaning close. "They speak of authority and responsibility, but the truth remains unchanged: you are my chosen master, and I will ensure your protection and education regardless of their decisions." "Why did you choose me?" Harry asked quietly. "Really?" The castle's form shimmered. "Because you needed me, and I needed you. Because magic itself has marked you for greatness. Because your bloodlines carry echoes of my creators. But mostly, Harry Potter, because your heart remains pure despite cruelty that would have corrupted others. You were placed in darkness yet still seek light." Before Harry could respond, Lucius Malfoy rose from the table with fluid grace. "I shall inform the board of these developments. They will want assurances that this unprecedented situation won't interfere with Hogwarts' primary educational mission." "The board will receive a full report," Dumbledore assured him. "Though I remind you that the castle's decisions regarding its chosen master fall outside board purview." Malfoy's smile never reached his cold grey eyes. "We shall see. Nothing stays outside regulation forever, Dumbledore, not even sentient castles." He nodded curtly toward Harry. "Mr. Potter, I expect we'll meet again. My son Draco will be in your year when you officially begin your education, assuming traditional standards still apply by then." After Malfoy's departure, Minister Fudge and Umbridge also made their excuses, extracting promises from Dumbledore about regular updates and ministry access. Once they'd gone, Harry slumped in his chair, emotionally exhausted. "Well, that could have gone worse," McGonagall remarked dryly. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "Though I suspect today marks only the beginning of a protracted political battle. Cornelius fears losing control of magical education, Lucius seeks influence over Harry, and Dolores." He shook his head. "She simply dislikes anything that challenges ministry authority." Snape, who had remained largely silent throughout the meeting, finally spoke. "The Dark Lord's former supporters will take great interest in this development. Potter living at Hogwarts, under the castle's direct protection, changes many calculations." "You believe they may attempt to reach the boy here?" McGonagall asked sharply. "They would be fools to try," Snape replied. "But they will certainly begin positioning themselves politically and socially in response." Harry looked between the adults uncertainly. "Are you talking about Voldemort's followers? The ones who escaped after he disappeared?" The teachers flinched at the name, except for Dumbledore. "Yes, Harry. Many of his supporters avoided imprisonment by claiming they were bewitched or coerced into service. Others bought their freedom through wealth and influence. They remain powerful forces in our society." "Like Malfoy?" Harry guessed, recalling Snape's pointed comment about previous allegiances. "Perceptive," Hogwarts commented, her manifestation growing more defined. Lucius Malfoy indeed served the self-styled Lord Voldemort, though he avoided conviction by claiming he acted under magical compulsion. Dumbledore sighed heavily. "Which brings us to another matter we must address. Harry, now that you have entered the wizarding world years ahead of schedule, you must be prepared for the attention, both positive and negative, that will follow." "The fame thing," Harry said glumly. "Because I somehow survived when Voldemort tried to kill me." "Not just survived," McGonagall corrected gently. "When you know who cast the killing curse at you, a spell that no one had ever survived before, something extraordinary happened." The curse rebounded upon him, destroying his physical form and ending his reign of terror. You became a symbol of hope to our world, the boy who lived. Harry absently touched his scar. So that's how I got this. From the curse that was supposed to kill me? Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. That mark is evidence of dark magic, the only physical trace of that terrible night. Snape abruptly stood. If this maudlin history lesson has concluded, I have potions requiring my attention. Actually, Severus, I'd ask you to stay, Dumbledore countered. We must discuss Harry's education while he remains here. Your expertise will be valuable. Snape scowled but resumed his seat. The boy is 7 years old, Headmaster. He cannot possibly begin standard magical education. Not standard, no, but foundation work certainly. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Magic typically manifests strongly around age 7, which is why magical education traditionally begins a few years later, once that power has stabilized somewhat. You, however, have shown significant magical ability already. Accidental magic, primarily defensive in nature, McGonagall noted. Though operating directly to Hogwarts at his age suggests extraordinary potential. I didn't mean to do it, Harry said quickly. I just wanted to get away from Uncle Vernon, and suddenly I was here. Intent drives magic, Hogwarts explained. Particularly in young witches and wizards. Your desire to escape, combined with my call, created the necessary conditions for transportation across hundreds of miles, a feat that would challenge many adult wizards. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Which suggests we have an opportunity to channel that raw talent into controlled magical development earlier than usual. He addressed Harry directly. With your permission, I propose a specialized curriculum focusing initially on magical theory, history, and preliminary wand work once we obtain a wand for you. You mean I'll learn actual magic? Harry asked, excitement momentarily overcoming his exhaustion. Spells and potions and everything? At an appropriate pace, McGonagall cautioned. Your magical core is still developing, so certain branches of magic must wait until you're older. But yes, you'll begin learning our world's fundamental knowledge immediately. I will contribute to his education as well, Hogwarts stated. There are magics known to me that have been forgotten by modern wizard kind, secrets of the founders themselves. Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. If the castle possesses forgotten magical knowledge, why has it not shared this with previous headmasters? Because none asked the right questions, Hogwarts replied simply. And because the time was not right. Magic ebbs and flows through history, Severus Snape. We approach an inflection point where ancient powers stir once more. An uncomfortable silence followed this pronouncement. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Well, that's illuminating. For now, let us focus on immediate arrangements. Harry will need proper clothing, books, and eventually a wand. Minerva, perhaps you could escort him to Diagon Alley once the initial furor over his arrival subsides? Of course, Albus. McGonagall gave Harry a rare smile. We'll make sure you're properly outfitted, Potter. I have already provided basic necessities, Hogwarts interjected. The house elves retrieved suitable clothing overnight. Harry blinked in surprise. Is that where these came from? I thought maybe Professor McGonagall or someone. The castle has apparently taken your guardianship quite literally, Dumbledore observed, his expression unreadable. Nevertheless, a proper shopping excursion will be necessary soon. Harry must also visit Gringotts to access his family vault. I have a vault? Harry asked, startled. With money in it? The Potter family was quite wealthy, McGonagall explained. Your parents left everything to you. This revelation stunned Harry nearly as much as learning he was a wizard. All his life, the Dursleys had complained about the burden of feeding and clothing him, making him feel like an unwanted parasite. Now he discovered he'd had resources all along, resources they'd either not known about or deliberately kept from him. Why didn't anyone tell me? He asked, anger bubbling up again. Why was I raised thinking I was a worthless burden if my parents left me provided for? The adults exchanged uncomfortable glances. Dumbledore sighed. Your Muggle relatives were not informed of your inheritance, Harry. Magical wealth has limited use in their world, and I wanted you raised without the complications that knowledge of your status might bring. You mean you wanted me humble, Harry said flatly, recalling the castle's earlier comment. So I wouldn't arrive at Hogwarts spoiled like this Malfoy person's son. Dumbledore looked briefly taken aback by this perception. I wanted you protected, both physically and from the corrupting influences that often accompany fame and wealth. Perhaps I was mistaken in my approach. Perhaps, Hogwarts echoed coolly, her manifestation growing sharper. Just as you were mistaken to leave monitoring Harry's welfare to a squib neighbor and superficial wards. McGonagall winced at this barb. What's done is done. Our focus now must be Harry's future education and protection. She turned to Harry. You should know, Potter, that word of your arrival here will spread quickly. By tomorrow, I expect the Daily Prophet, our newspaper, will have the story on its front page. You will need to prepare yourself for considerable public attention. Harry groaned. Great. I shall restrict access to my grounds, Hogwarts declared. No reporters or sensation seekers will breach my defenses. That will only increase speculation and rumor, Snape pointed out. Better to control the narrative through limited, supervised access. Dumbledore nodded. A wise suggestion, Severus. Perhaps a brief, carefully managed interview with a reputable journalist. Something to establish the basic facts before wild stories proliferate. Before they could debate further, a silvery animal, some kind of weasel, Harry thought, burst into the hall and spoke with a man's voice, Albus. Emergency at the Ministry. Fudge calling emergency Wisengamot session regarding Potter situation. Your presence required immediately. Dumbledore stood quickly. It seems Cornelius wastes no time. I must go, the Wisengamot must hear reason before passing any hasty legislation regarding Harry's status. He looked to McGonagall. Minerva, please continue our discussions with Harry regarding his education. Severus, I'd appreciate your insights on potential security concerns in my absence. With a swirl of his colorful robes, Dumbledore strode from the hall, leaving Harry with the two professors and the castle's manifestation. Well, McGonagall said after a moment, perhaps we should move this discussion to somewhere more comfortable. My office, perhaps. Harry looked to the castle's manifestation questioningly. Hogwarts nodded. Professor McGonagall's office would be appropriate. I am present in all parts of myself, of course, though this manifestation requires more energy to maintain in some locations than others. As they made their way through the corridors, Harry marveled at the moving staircases, talking portraits, and ghost-like apparitions that occasionally drifted through walls. Even Snape's intimidating presence couldn't dampen his wonder at the magical castle that had somehow chosen him. The castle said something about my bloodlines earlier, Harry ventured as they walked. What did that mean? McGonagall glanced at him sharply. I'm not entirely sure, Potter. The Potter family is certainly old and respected, dating back many generations in Wizarding Britain. Your mother was Muggle-born, the first witch in her family, but extraordinarily talented. The castle implied a connection to the founders themselves, Snape remarked, his tone skeptical. Which seems unlikely. Many ancient families have distant connections to one founder or another, McGonagall explained. But direct lineage to all four would be unprecedented. I did not claim direct lineage to all four founders, Hogwarts corrected, her manifestation gliding beside them. Merely that Harry Potter's bloodlines resonate with my foundations. The magical signatures are complementary. They reached McGonagall's office, a neat space filled with tartan patterns and transfiguration texts. Harry sank into an offered chair while McGonagall conjured a tea service with a wave of her wand. Now then, she began, pouring tea for everyone except the castle's manifestation. Let us discuss your education, Potter. While you're years away from formal attendance, we can begin introducing you to magical concepts immediately. Will I get a wand? Harry asked eagerly. Eventually, McGonagall replied. Wands are typically matched to wizards at age 11 for good reason. Your magical core is still developing. However, given your unique circumstances, we might arrange an earlier fitting with certain restrictions on usage. Snape leaned forward. Before discussing wands and spell work, the boy requires fundamental knowledge. Magical theory. Ingredient properties. Historical context. Without these foundations, practical magic becomes dangerous fumbling. I concur, Hogwarts said, surprising everyone with her agreement with Snape. Harry must understand the principles underlying magic before attempting significant practical applications. I can provide much of this knowledge directly. Directly? McGonagall questioned. What precisely do you mean? The castle's manifestation smiled enigmatically. As my chosen master, Harry Potter can access my accumulated knowledge in ways others cannot. The founders imbued me with teaching capabilities beyond conventional methods. Harry straightened in his chair. You mean you can just put knowledge into my head? Not precisely, Hogwarts clarified. Rather, I can create experiences that accelerate learning, libraries where books speak directly to you, rooms that physically manifest historical events for observation, practice chambers that respond to your magical development needs. Snape looked intrigued despite himself. The room of requirement? That and others unknown to current faculty, Hogwarts confirmed. Spaces designed specifically for the education of one with my favor. McGonagall set down her teacup with a slight clatter. This is extraordinary. In all my years at Hogwarts, I've never heard of such capabilities. Because they were created for a purpose that has not previously arisen, the castle explained. The founders anticipated that someday, someone might need to access the fullness of their knowledge quickly, perhaps in times of great danger or magical upheaval. Harry frowned. You think that's coming? Some kind of magical crisis? The castle's manifestation flickered briefly. I cannot see the future with certainty. But the signs concern me. Magic itself stirs in unusual patterns. Old powers awaken. And the one who marked you is not truly gone, merely diminished. A chill ran through the room at these words. McGonagall and Snape exchanged alarmed glances. You believe the Dark Lord will return? Snape asked quietly. I know only that the magic which bound his fate to Harry Potter's remains active, Hogwarts replied. The connection persists, suggesting the confrontation between them is not yet complete. Harry touched his scar unconsciously. That's why you chose me now. Because you think Voldemort is coming back. I chose you because you needed me and because you are worthy, Hogwarts stated firmly. But yes, the timing is not coincidental. Events accelerate toward a convergence point, one where you will need every advantage my protection and knowledge can provide. McGonagall set her jaw determinedly. Then we shall ensure he receives proper preparation. Potter will have the best magical education we can provide, beginning immediately. Even Snape nodded, his perpetual sneer momentarily replaced by grim resolution. The boy must learn occlumency as soon as possible. If the Dark Lord retains any connection to him, mental defenses will be essential. Occlumency? Harry asked. The magical defense of the mind against external penetration, Snape explained. An obscure branch of magic, but vital in your case. The conversation continued for hours, outlining a comprehensive educational program combining traditional Hogwarts subjects with specialized training unique to Harry's situation. By lunchtime, they had drafted a preliminary schedule involving all current professors during summer break, supplemented by the castle's own educational methods. As McGonagall finalized the parchment schedule, a silver phoenix burst into the office, speaking with Dumbledore's voice, Wisingamot in uproar. Fudge pushing Emergency Educational Supervision Act. Lucius maneuvering for placement committee position. returning with Amelia Bones for inspection this afternoon. Prepare Harry. McGonagall's lips thinned to a nearly invisible line. They're moving quickly. Amelia is fair-minded, at least, but if Lucius gains any oversight regarding Harry's placement, he will attempt to manipulate the situation to the advantage of his former master, Snape finished grimly. Harry looked between them anxiously. Can they take me away from Hogwarts? They can try, the castle's manifestation stated, growing suddenly taller and more intimidating. They will fail. My claim supersedes their authorities, and I will defend it if necessary. The castle's stone walls seemed to pulse with energy, and somewhere deep within the structure, Harry felt rather than heard a low rumbling, like the growl of an enormous beast awakening. Let us hope it doesn't come to that, McGonagall said quickly. A direct confrontation between Hogwarts and the Ministry would benefit no one, least of all Harry. We should prepare for Madame Bones' inspection, Snape suggested, rising from his chair. The boy should be presentable, his accommodations appropriate but not ostentatious, and our educational plan thorough enough to satisfy Ministry requirements while maintaining our autonomy. McGonagall nodded agreement. Potter, perhaps you should return to your suite and rest before their arrival. This has been an overwhelming 2 days for you. Harry was about to agree when the castle's manifestation spoke. First, I believe Harry should see the true extent of what he now commands. A tour of my grounds and a proper introduction to what it means to be Master of Hogwarts. McGonagall hesitated. Is that wise before the Ministry officials arrive? Perhaps after, it is essential, Hogwarts interrupted firmly. Harry Potter must understand what he defends before others attempt to claim authority over it. Harry stood decisively. I want to see it. All of it. If this is really my home now, I should know what that means. Snape's expression suggested he found Harry's assertion presumptuous, but he merely said, I shall prepare the educational documentation for Madame Bones' review, before sweeping from the office in a billow of black robes. McGonagall sighed. Very well. I have preparations to make as well. The castle will keep you safe, I suppose, though I advise returning to the main areas before the Ministry delegation arrives. Once alone with the castle's manifestation, Harry followed her through corridors that seemed to shift and transform around them. Staircases appeared where none had been before. Hidden passages opened at their approach. Throughout the tour, Hogwarts explained the castle's history and magic with a pride that reminded Harry of someone showing off their most treasured possessions. The founders built me as both school and fortress, Hogwarts explained as they climbed a tower Harry was certain hadn't been visible from outside. In their time, magical folk faced persecution from muggles and threats from darker magical entities. I was designed to educate young witches and wizards while keeping them safe from all dangers. And you've been, alive, all this time? Harry asked, marveling at a room whose ceiling displayed the constellations in perfect detail. Alive in a manner different from humans, yes. My awareness grew gradually over centuries, absorbing the magic performed within my walls, learning from each generation of students and teachers. The castle's manifestation led him down a spiral staircase into depths Harry hadn't known existed. Few have suspected the extent of my consciousness. Most headmasters sensed a vague awareness but attributed it to the ambient magic of the location rather than true sentience. They emerged into an enormous cavern beneath the castle, where a lake of black water stretched into darkness. The Chamber of Reception, Hogwarts announced. Where first-year students traditionally arrive by boat to view the castle for the first time. It's beautiful, Harry breathed, watching as the castle's magic illuminated the cavern with thousands of tiny lights that reflected off the water's surface like stars. This is but one of many secrets I contain, Hogwarts said, her manifestation growing more defined. Some spaces have remained hidden for centuries, accessible only to those with specific knowledge or need. Like the Chamber of Secrets? Harry asked, recalling something mentioned during their discussions of Hogwarts history. The castle's manifestation stiffened slightly. You know of that? Professor McGonagall mentioned it when talking about Salazar Slytherin leaving Hogwarts. Is it real? Very real, Hogwarts confirmed, her tone grave. And potentially dangerous. Salazar left more than just a hidden chamber, he left a guardian creature meant to purge those he deemed unworthy of magical education. Harry frowned. You mean Muggleborns? Like my mom? Yes. Salazar's views on magical blood purity were extreme, even for his time. The manifestation guided Harry back toward the castle proper. The chamber has been opened twice in my history. Both times resulted in tragedy. Can you open it? Since I'm your master now. I can reveal its location, yes. Hogwarts sounded reluctant. Though I advise caution. The creature within slumbers, but remains deadly to all who meet its gaze directly. Harry nodded seriously. I don't want to wake up anything dangerous. I just want to understand this place, my new home. The castle's manifestation smiled at that. Your home indeed. Come, there is much more to see before the ministry officials arrive. For the next 2 hours, Hogwarts guided Harry through secret passages, hidden rooms, and magical spaces that shifted between realities. They visited the Room of Requirement, which transformed into whatever the user needed most. They explored the ancient library archives, where books dating back to the founders themselves were preserved in magical stasis. They climbed to the highest astronomy tower, where the view stretched beyond what should have been physically possible, revealing distant mountains and forests that seemed to exist in a slightly different reality than the Scottish countryside surrounding Hogwarts. Throughout the tour, Harry felt something building within him, a connection to the castle that went beyond mere familiarity. Each room they entered responded to his presence, torches brightening, doors opening before he could touch them, staircases aligning perfectly for their path. It was as if the castle itself eagerly showed off for him, delighting in his wonder and appreciation. You truly can control all of this? Harry asked as they passed through the kitchens, where dozens of house elves bowed deeply at his approach. Control is perhaps the wrong concept, Hogwarts replied thoughtfully. We are partners, Harry Potter. I respond to your needs and desires, while you serve as my voice and will in the physical world. Together, we are more powerful than either alone. As they returned to the main areas of the castle, Harry noticed his surroundings seemed more vibrant, more alive than before. Colors appeared richer, textures more defined, the very stones humming with energy he could now perceive. You're doing something, he guessed, feeling magic tingle through his fingertips as he traced a stone wall. The castle feels awake. Your awareness grows, Hogwarts confirmed, pleased. As my chosen master, you begin to perceive me as I truly am, not merely stone and mortar, but living magic. And yes, I am fully awakening aspects of myself that have slumbered for centuries. Your presence catalyzes changes long dormant. They reached the entrance hall just as Dumbledore returned, accompanied by a square-jawed witch with short grey hair and a monocle. Behind them followed Minister Fudge, the unpleasant Umbridge woman, and 2 red-robed figures Harry didn't recognize. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore called, his tone light though his eyes remained serious. I trust your tour with the castle was educational. May I present Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who has come to assess your situation. The square-jawed witch stepped forward, studying Harry with keen interest. Mr. Potter. A pleasure to meet you, though the circumstances are unusual to say the least. Hello, Madame Bones, Harry replied politely, noting how her gaze briefly flickered to his scar before returning to his eyes, a courtesy many others had not shown. And you must be the castle's manifestation, Bones continued, addressing Hogwarts directly. In all my years at the DMLE, I never expected to interview a building. I am more than mere building, Amelia Bones, Hogwarts replied with dignity. As your own family archives should attest. The Bones lineage has attended my halls for 27 generations. Your ancestor, Hector Bones, witnessed my partial manifestation during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Madame Bones' eyebrows rose. You know my family history? I know the histories of all who have learned within my walls, Hogwarts stated. Your great-great-grandmother Elspeth was particularly gifted in charms. Your niece Susan shows similar potential. This personal knowledge clearly unnerved Madame Bones, though she recovered quickly. I see. Well, I've been tasked with evaluating Mr. Potter's living situation and the legality of his removal from his Muggle relatives. Abduction is the term Minister Fudge prefers, Umbridge simpered from behind her. Though kidnapping might be more legally precise. Hogwarts' manifestation grew suddenly larger, looming over the ministry delegation. Choose your accusations carefully, Dolores Umbridge. I acted to protect a magical child from abuse that your ministry's monitoring systems failed to detect for 6 years. Yes, well, Fudge interjected nervously, that's partly why we're here. To investigate all aspects of this situation and determine the proper course forward. Perhaps we should continue this discussion in the headmaster's office? Dumbledore suggested smoothly. Harry, would you be comfortable answering some questions about your previous living conditions and your experience here so far? Harry nodded, though anxiety churned in his stomach. He'd never been allowed to tell anyone about how the Dursleys treated him before. School officials had always believed his aunt and uncle's explanations about his bruises, shabby clothes, and poor academic performance. As they made their way to Dumbledore's office, Harry felt the castle's reassuring presence both through her manifestation and through the very stones beneath his feet. A subtle vibration ran through the floors, like a purr of encouragement. You are not alone anymore, came the castle's voice in his mind. Tell them the truth. I will ensure they listen. The next few hours proved grueling as Harry answered questions about the Dursleys, the cupboard, the meager food, Dudley's, Harry hunting, Uncle Vernon's threats and occasional violence, Aunt Petunia's constant belittlement. Throughout his testimony, the castle's manifestation remained beside him, occasionally supplying details Harry had forgotten or clarifying timeline questions. Madame Bones took extensive notes, her expression growing increasingly grim. Even Minister Fudge looked disturbed by the revelations, while Umbridge seemed frustrated that the evidence of neglect appeared incontrovertible. These claims are serious, Bones finally said. We will need to interview the Muggles to complete our investigation, but Mr. Potter's testimony seems genuine. Of course it does, the castle interjected. Unlike some ministry officials, Harry Potter has no reason to misrepresent the truth. Umbridge bristled at the implied criticism. Minister, this entire arrangement remains highly irregular, regardless of the boy's previous living conditions. The castle's claim of sanctuary invokes magic not recognized by current wizarding law. Actually, Dumbledore corrected gently, magical sanctuary remains codified in Section 17 of the Ancient Magical Sites Preservation Act of 1486, reaffirmed in the Wisengamot Harmonization Treaty of 1707, and never repealed. While rarely invoked in modern times, the legal principle stands. Madame Bones nodded. The headmaster is correct. I reviewed the relevant statutes before coming today. If Hogwarts Castle has truly achieved the level of sentience necessary to invoke sanctuary rights, which its manifestation certainly suggests, then its claim has legal merit. Fudge twisted his bowler hat anxiously. But the precedent, Amelia. If Hogwarts can simply claim children from their guardians, the precedent applies only to magical buildings with proven sentience invoking protection for abused magical children, Bones countered firmly. Hardly a common scenario. The boy requires proper wizarding guidance, Umbridge persisted. Living in an empty school with only a building for company is hardly appropriate for his development. I am not alone here, Harry spoke up, tired of being discussed as if absent. There are professors, house elves, portraits, ghosts, more company than I ever had with the Dursleys, where I wasn't allowed to speak unless spoken to. Dumbledore nodded supportively. We've already arranged a comprehensive educational program for Harry, combining traditional early magical instruction with specialized tutoring appropriate to his unique circumstances. Professor McGonagall has prepared documentation detailing this plan. The discussion continued for another hour, covering everything from Harry's diet to his magical training to security arrangements. Throughout, Harry felt the castle's supportive presence, both through her visible manifestation and through a deeper connection that seemed to strengthen with each passing hour. Finally, Madame Bones closed her notepad. Based on today's interviews and evidence, my preliminary finding is that Hogwarts sanctuary claim appears valid under wizarding law. Mr. Potter shows no signs of distress in his current situation, quite the contrary, and the educational plan seems sound. She turned to Fudge. Minister, I recommend provisional approval of this arrangement, pending quarterly review and certain safeguards. Fudge looked unhappy but resigned. If that's your legal opinion, Amelia, though the Wisengamot may yet pass legislation addressing this specific circumstance. They are welcome to try, Hogwarts stated, her tone making it clear what she thought of such attempts. As the ministry delegation prepared to depart, Umbridge approached Harry directly, bending to his level with a sickly sweet smile that didn't reach her bulging eyes. My dear boy, she simpered, if you ever feel unsafe or unhappy here, you must let us know immediately. The ministry exists to protect young wizards like yourself. Before Harry could respond, the castle's manifestation interposed herself between them. Your concern is noted, Undersecretary. Though one wonders where this protective instinct was during the 6 years Harry Potter suffered under your ministry's negligent oversight. Umbridge's face flushed an ugly red, but before she could retort, Fudge called her away. With final handshakes and promises of follow-up documentation, the ministry officials departed, leaving Harry alone with Dumbledore and the castle's manifestation. Well, Dumbledore sighed, sinking into his chair. That went better than I feared, though worse than I hoped. The political repercussions have only begun, I'm afraid. They can't take me away, can they? Harry asked anxiously. Not legally, no, Dumbledore assured him. Madame Bones' assessment carries significant weight, and the ancient magic of sanctuary is indeed still recognized in our laws, if rarely invoked. They will attempt other approaches, Hogwarts predicted. Legislation to restrict my authority. Financial pressure through the school's board. Perhaps even magical attempts to suppress my consciousness. Dumbledore looked troubled by this last suggestion. Surely even Lucius wouldn't attempt something so dangerous. Interfering with the magic that animates Hogwarts could have catastrophic consequences. Desperation breeds recklessness, the castle replied. There are those who would risk much to control or neutralize Harry Potter before he comes fully into his power. Harry frowned. My power? I don't have any special powers. Both Dumbledore and the castle fell silent at this, exchanging what Harry could only interpret as a significant look, remarkable considering one of them was essentially a building. Your magic shows great potential, Harry, Dumbledore finally said. Greater than most wizards manifest at your age. Combined with your historical significance, it makes you a person of interest to many factions. He means you're politically valuable, the castle clarified bluntly. To the ministry, to the old supporters of Voldemort, to those who fought against him, all see you as either asset or threat, depending on their allegiances. But I'm just a kid. Harry protested. I don't know anything about politics. Which makes you even more valuable to those who would shape your development, Dumbledore said sadly. I myself am not innocent in this regard, Harry. I placed you with the Dursleys partly to keep you from the influences that often corrupt young people thrust into fame and power before they develop the wisdom to handle it. The castle's manifestation flickered with what might have been irritation. You placed him with abusers, Dumbledore. Whatever your intentions, the result was harm. Rather than argue, Dumbledore nodded slowly. Yes. I see that now. My monitoring was inadequate, my assumptions flawed. I failed you, Harry, and for that I am truly sorry. The simple admission startled Harry. Adults in his experience never admitted mistakes, especially not to children. Uncle Vernon blamed everyone but himself when things went wrong. Aunt Petunia found fault with Harry for everything from burned toast to rainy weather. What happens now? Harry asked, uncertain how to respond to Dumbledore's apology. "Now," the headmaster replied, "we begin your education in earnest. The schedule Professor McGonagall developed will commence tomorrow. You'll study magical theory, history, early potion principles, and other foundational knowledge with various faculty members. The castle itself has offered unique educational opportunities as well. And I will continue strengthening my defenses," Hogwarts added. "Those who seek to separate us will find my resolve unbreakable." As if to emphasize this point, a subtle vibration ran through the office, like the castle flexing its metaphorical muscles. Portraits along the walls straightened themselves. Dumbledore's delicate silver instruments whirred more energetically. "I recommend caution in that regard," Dumbledore advised the castle. "Open defiance of ministry authority could provoke more aggressive intervention." "I have stood for 1,000 years, Headmaster," Hogwarts replied coolly. "I have witnessed the rise and fall of Dark Lords, the establishment and reformation of your ministry, wars both magical and muggle. I will not be intimidated by bureaucrats." Harry felt a surge of pride at the castle's defiance, followed immediately by anxiety about the conflicts surrounding him. Everything had happened so quickly, from abused, unwanted nephew to the center of wizarding politics in mere hours. The weight of it all suddenly pressed down on him. Seeming to sense his fatigue, the castle's manifestation placed a ghostly hand on his shoulder. "You should rest, Harry Potter. Tomorrow brings the beginning of your true magical education." Dumbledore nodded agreement. "Indeed. We've subjected you to enough adult concerns for one day. The house elves will bring dinner to your suite, and will reconvene tomorrow to begin your lessons." As Harry followed the castle's manifestation through the corridors toward his rooms, he felt simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated. For the first time in his life, he had someone, something, unequivocally on his side. Hogwarts had chosen him, protected him, defied authorities for him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he wouldn't face them alone. "Why me?" he asked again as they reached the entrance to the Founder's Keep. "Out of all the magical kids in Britain, why did you choose me?" The castle's manifestation shimmered, growing more defined as they entered the private suite. "Because you needed me. Because I needed you. Because together, we complete a circle begun 1,000 years ago when the Founders imbued me with their magic." "That's not really an answer," Harry pointed out. Hogwarts laughed, a sound like wind through ancient stones. "No, it isn't. The complete truth would overwhelm you now. But I promise, Harry Potter, as your education progresses, you will understand more." Her manifestation settled into one of the armchairs by the fire, looking suddenly very human despite her translucent nature. "For tonight, know this, in you, I see echoes of all four Founders. Gryffindor's courage. Hufflepuff's loyalty. Ravenclaw's intelligence. Slytherin's determination. You bridge divisions created long ago, divisions that have weakened our world for centuries." Harry sank onto a sofa, processing this. "Is that why you said I carry their legacy? Because I have qualities from all four houses?" "Partly," Hogwarts acknowledged. "Though there is more to that statement than mere personality traits." She changed the subject before Harry could press further. "Tomorrow you begin learning magic properly. Are you excited?" "Of course." Harry's fatigue momentarily forgotten in the face of this reminder. "Will I get a wand soon? Professor McGonagall mentioned I might get one earlier than usual." Once the initial political furor subsides, the castle confirmed. "Though even without a wand, there are magics you can begin learning immediately, meditation techniques to sense your magical core, runic studies, magical theory, and certain wandless abilities that young wizards can master with proper instruction." They spent the evening discussing the educational plans, interrupted only by house elves bringing dinner and Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, delivering a note confirming Harry's first lessons would begin after breakfast the following day. As Harry prepared for bed, the castle's manifestation remained nearby, fading gradually as he settled under the covers. "Sleep well, Harry Potter," her voice came softly as the lights dimmed. Dreams brought you to me, and now you need never dream of escape again. You are home. News of Harry Potter's unexpected arrival at Hogwarts spread through Wizarding Britain like wildfire. By the following morning, owls swarmed the castle delivering newspapers, letters, and packages from strangers. Hogwarts intercepted them all, allowing only those deemed safe to reach Harry at breakfast. The Daily Prophet's headline screamed, "Boy Who Lived Claims Hogwarts as Home, Castle Achieves Sentience." Below this, smaller headlines asked, "Ministry Powerless as Ancient Magic Awakens?" And Dursley Family Under Investigation, Potter Abuse Allegations Shock Wizarding World. Harry read through the articles with growing discomfort. Most were speculative, filled with quotes from anonymous sources and magical experts theorizing about what his presence at Hogwarts might mean. His supposed abuse at the Dursleys' hands had already become public knowledge, described in lurid detail despite the ministry's attempts to keep the investigation confidential. "The press always exaggerates," Professor McGonagall said dismissively, noting his expression as she joined him at breakfast. "Best not to pay it much attention." "But they're talking about me like I'm some kind of magical miracle," Harry protested. "Listen to this. Sources close to the investigation suggest young Potter's magical power may have awakened the castle itself, an unprecedented event that could signal a new era in magical education." McGonagall sniffed disapprovingly. Sensationalist nonsense. Though. She glanced at the castle's manifestation, which hovered nearby. "I suppose the truth is sensational enough without embellishment." "Indeed," Hogwarts agreed. "Though they fundamentally misunderstand the relationship. I awakened and chose Harry, not the reverse." "Either way," McGonagall continued, "your best defense against such speculation is to focus on your education. Speaking of which." She handed Harry a parchment schedule. "We begin today with magical theory at 9, followed by introduction to potions ingredients at 11. After lunch, history of magic and then meditation techniques to help you connect with your magical core." Harry examined the schedule eagerly. "Who's teaching what?" "I will handle transfiguration theory and some general magical concepts," McGonagall explained. "Professor Snape will cover potions, naturally. Professor Binns, our ghost teacher, will address history of magic. Professor Flitwick returns from holiday next week to begin charms theory. And I will guide your meditation and core magic exercises," Hogwarts added. "Along with certain aspects of magical history the current curriculum overlooks." McGonagall raised an eyebrow at this but didn't comment further. "After breakfast, you should prepare for your first lesson. Professor Vector will begin with basic magical theory, the underpinnings of all spellwork you'll eventually learn." The next several days passed in a blur of lessons, each more fascinating than the last. Professor Vector, a witch who normally taught arithmancy to older students, introduced Harry to the fundamental principles governing magic, how intent shaped outcome, how words and movements channeled power, how different magical disciplines interrelated. Professor Snape proved a demanding but surprisingly thorough teacher in private lessons, less cutting than in the group setting Harry would later experience. He drilled Harry relentlessly on ingredient properties and preparation techniques before allowing him anywhere near a cauldron. "Potions requires precision and respect," Snape insisted during their first lesson. "Unlike foolish wand-waving, where mistakes merely produce sparks or temporary transformations, potions' errors can maim or kill. You will memorize these basic ingredients and their properties before attempting even the simplest brew." History of magic with Professor Binns proved the most challenging, not because the material was difficult, but because the ghost's monotonous droning made staying awake nearly impossible. After the first disastrous lesson where Harry nearly fell asleep repeatedly, Hogwarts intervened. "This is unacceptable," the castle declared, her manifestation interrupting Binns mid-lecture. "Your teaching method fails to engage or educate." The ghost professor looked affronted. "I have taught the same curriculum for 300 years. "Yes," Hogwarts replied dryly. "Without adapting or improving once in all that time. From now on, I will supplement Harry's historical education directly." True to her word, the castle began providing history lessons unlike anything Harry could have imagined. Rather than dusty lectures, Hogwarts created what she called memory rooms, spaces where historical events played out around Harry like three-dimensional moving pictures he could walk through and observe from any angle. "This is brilliant!" Harry exclaimed, watching the founders themselves debate the location for Hogwarts in a memory room the castle had created. "It's like being there." "These are not precisely memories in the human sense," Hogwarts explained. "Rather, they are magical impressions absorbed into my stones over centuries. I can reconstruct events that occurred within my walls with reasonable accuracy, and some beyond my walls through the connected memories of those who were present." The most surprising lessons came from Hogwarts herself during their evening sessions. While wizarding education typically began with wand movement and incantations, the castle took a radically different approach, focusing first on Harry's magical core, the wellspring of power within him. "Close your eyes," she instructed during their first meditation session. "Feel the magic flowing through you. Not as something separate, but as an integral part of your being, like blood in your veins or breath in your lungs." Harry struggled at first, fidgeting restlessly. "I don't feel anything special." "You've never been taught to notice it," Hogwarts replied patiently. "The magic has always been there, manifesting in moments of strong emotion. Now you must learn to access it consciously." After several frustrating attempts, Harry finally experienced a breakthrough, a warm, tingling sensation spreading from somewhere near his heart through his entire body. Once he recognized the feeling, he realized it had always been present, just below his awareness. "I feel it," he gasped, eyes flying open in excitement. "Excellent," the castle approved. "That sensation is your magical core expressing itself. With practice, you will learn to direct that energy consciously, rather than only in moments of distress." Day by day, Harry's understanding of magic deepened. The castle's unconventional teaching methods, combined with the professor's more traditional instruction, gave him a unique perspective few wizarding children developed. While most young witches and wizards learned spells as disconnected techniques, Harry began understanding the underlying principles that united all magical disciplines. Meanwhile, the political storm surrounding his presence at Hogwarts continued to rage. The Daily Prophet reported daily on ministry debates, Wisengamot hearings, and public opinion polls regarding the Potter situation. Various factions emerged, those who believed Harry should remain at Hogwarts under the castle's protection, those who demanded ministry oversight, and those who argued he should be placed with a proper wizarding family. 2 weeks after Harry's arrival, Dumbledore called him to the headmaster's office for an update. The castle's manifestation accompanied him, growing more defined as they approached the Gargoyle Guardian. "Acid pops," Hogwarts stated before Harry could ask about the password. The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase. Inside the office, Harry found not only Dumbledore but also Professor McGonagall and a red-haired man he didn't recognize. "Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming," Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "May I introduce Arthur Weasley from the Ministry's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office? He's been assisting with some aspects of your situation." The red-haired man stepped forward eagerly, hand outstretched. "Harry Potter. A pleasure to finally meet you. My children have been talking of nothing else since news broke of your arrival here." Harry shook hands, immediately liking Mr. Weasley's open, friendly manner. "You have children at Hogwarts?" "Currently 3, Percy, Fred, and George. 2 more starting in the coming years. Ron's your age, actually, and Ginny a year younger." Weasley beamed proudly. "Largest family representation in the current student body, though the Blacks held that record in my day." "Arthur has been our ally in the ministry," McGonagall explained. "Keeping us informed of political developments regarding your status." Weasley nodded, his expression growing more serious. "And that's why I'm here today. The Wisengamot votes tomorrow on Fudge's Educational Supervision Act. If it passes in its current form, it would establish a ministry committee with authority to evaluate and potentially override Hogwarts' sanctuary claim. The castle's manifestation flickered with what Harry now recognized as agitation. They cannot supersede founding magic with modern legislation. Magically, perhaps not, Weasley agreed. But politically and practically, it creates significant complications. The proposed committee could restrict funding, block faculty appointments, even suspend Hogwarts accreditation as a certified educational institution if they deemed the sanctuary situation detrimental to the school's primary mission. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. Who would chair this committee under the current proposal? That's the worst of it, Weasley sighed. Lucius Malfoy has managed to position himself as the likely chairman, with Umbridge as ministry liaison. Unacceptable, Hogwarts stated flatly. Malfoy served the wizard who murdered Harry's parents. Allowing him authority over Harry's situation would be unconscionable. Harry, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up. Why does this Malfoy person want control over me so badly? What does he gain? The adults exchanged glances before Dumbledore answered carefully. Influence over you represents influence over an important symbol in our world, Harry. Additionally, as the castle has chosen you as its master, anyone who controls you potentially gains indirect influence over Hogwarts itself. But why would he want that? Harry pressed. Just for power? Partly, Weasley confirmed. But there's more. Rumor has it Malfoy believes you might have access to forgotten magic through the castle, magic that could benefit certain political interests. The castle's manifestation grew suddenly taller, more intimidating. He seeks knowledge of dark magic hidden by Salazar Slytherin within my walls. Knowledge I have kept sealed for centuries. The Chamber of Secrets? Dumbledore asked sharply. Among other hidden repositories, yes. Hogwarts' voice had taken on a resonant quality that made the office windows vibrate slightly. Salazar concealed more than just his monster within me. He created vaults containing knowledge deemed too dangerous for common access. Harry looked between the adults and the castle's manifestation, sensing undercurrents he didn't fully understand. So this Malfoy wants to use me to get to secret dark magic. But I don't know anything about that. But as my chosen master, you could potentially access such repositories, Hogwarts explained. Which is precisely what Lucius Malfoy hopes to exploit. Then we must prevent this committee from forming with Malfoy at its head, McGonagall stated firmly. Arthur, what are our options? Weasley sighed. Limited, I'm afraid. Malfoy has been distributing galleons quite generously among Wizengamot members lately. Fudge is firmly behind the proposal, he sees it as reasserting ministry control over a situation that makes him look weak. Perhaps, Dumbledore mused, a more direct approach is needed. Harry, would you be willing to speak directly to the Wizengamot before tomorrow's vote? Harry's eyes widened. Me? What would I say? Your perspective has been notably absent from these proceedings, Dumbledore explained. The Wizengamot has heard from ministry officials, magical theorists, and political interests, but not from the person most directly affected, you. As a minor, he would need a magical guardian to represent his interests, McGonagall pointed out. With his Muggle guardians under investigation for abuse, they no longer qualify. I will represent him, Hogwarts declared. As the entity invoking sanctuary, I have standing in this proceeding. Weasley looked doubtful. No precedent exists for a magical building representing a minor before the Wizengamot. But no law specifically prohibits it either, Dumbledore finished, eyes twinkling. Particularly when the building in question has demonstrated clear sentience and the ability to manifest physically. It would certainly create a memorable session, Weasley admitted, a hint of amusement breaking through his concern. Imagine Lucius Malfoy's face when Hogwarts itself appears to address the chamber. Harry considered the idea with growing determination. Throughout his life, adults had discussed his fate without consulting him, from the Dursleys' constant belittlement to Dumbledore's well-intentioned but flawed placement decisions. Here was a chance to speak for himself. I'll do it, he decided. I want them to hear directly from me. Dumbledore smiled approvingly. Excellent. We shall prepare you today for tomorrow's session. Arthur will arrange the necessary procedural exceptions through his contacts. The remainder of the day passed in intensive preparation. McGonagall coached Harry on wizarding political etiquette while Dumbledore outlined the Wisengamot structure and procedures. The castle provided historical context, explaining how the governing body had evolved over centuries from the Wizards' Council to its current form. By evening, Harry felt simultaneously overwhelmed and determined. Tomorrow he would stand before the government of Wizarding Britain and fight for his right to remain at Hogwarts, his first true home. As he prepared for bed, the castle's manifestation lingered, her form more clearly defined than ever before. "You should know," she said quietly, "that regardless of tomorrow's outcome, I will not relinquish my claim on you, Harry Potter. If necessary, we will invoke protections not seen since the Founder's time." "What does that mean exactly?" Harry asked, sensing ominous undertones in her statement. "It means that in the most extreme circumstance, I could sever Hogwarts from outside governance entirely, become once more what I was initially created to be, a sanctuary independent of external authority." Her manifestation flickered. "Such action would have profound consequences for magical education in Britain, so I do not suggest it lightly. But know that it remains an option should all else fail." The implication staggered Harry. "You'd stop being a school rather than let them take me away?" "I would transform, not end," Hogwarts clarified. "My purpose has always been broader than mere schooling. I was created to protect magical knowledge and those who seek it. Sometimes protection requires adaptation." With those somewhat ominous words lingering in his mind, Harry drifted into an uneasy sleep, dreaming of ancient stones rearranging themselves and a castle that rose on massive legs to walk across the Scottish countryside. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Harry dressed in formal robes provided by the castle, deep purple with subtle silver embroidery that somehow managed to complement rather than clash with his green eyes. The Hogwarts crest adorned the left breast, modified slightly to incorporate a small lightning bolt symbol alongside the traditional four houses. "The Wisengamot convenes at 10, Dumbledore informed him over breakfast. "We will travel via Fleur network directly to the Ministry. The castle's manifestation will accompany us, though I must warn you both, the Ministry may attempt to restrict Hogwarts' manifestation within their territory." "They can try," the castle stated calmly. "But my connection to Harry supersedes their wards. Where he goes, I can follow in some form, though perhaps not as fully manifest as within my own walls." By 9:30, they stood before the fireplace in Dumbledore's office. The headmaster demonstrated the flow process first, stepping into green flames while clearly stating, "Ministry of Magic, Atrium." McGonagall followed, then Arthur Weasley, who had returned that morning to escort them. "Just speak very clearly," Weasley advised Harry. "And keep your elbows tucked in. The first time can be a bit disorienting." Harry looked uncertainly at the castle's manifestation. "How will you follow?" "I will find my way," Hogwarts assured him. "Now go. I will be with you when you arrive." Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped into the green flames, announced, "Ministry of Magic, Atrium," and experienced the most uncomfortable form of transportation he'd yet encountered. After a dizzying journey through what felt like a vacuum cleaner tube, he tumbled out onto polished floor, where Dumbledore caught him before he could fall entirely. "Well done, Harry," the headmaster said kindly, helping him to his feet. "Most people fall completely their first time." Harry brushed soot from his robes, taking in his surroundings with wide eyes. They stood in an enormous hall with a polished dark wood floor. Emerald green flames erupted periodically from dozens of fireplaces lining the walls as witches and wizards arrived for work. Overhead, a peacock blue ceiling inlaid with gleaming golden symbols constantly shifted and changed. At the far end of the hall stood a magnificent fountain featuring golden statues of a wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf. Water sprayed from various points into the surrounding pool, where gleaming coins could be seen at the bottom. "The Fountain of Magical Brethren," McGonagall explained, following his gaze. A rather idealized representation of magical cooperation. Harry was about to ask what she meant when he felt a familiar presence. Turning, he saw the castle's manifestation forming beside him, less solid than at Hogwarts, more like a silvery outline of her usual form, but unmistakably present. As promised, she said, her voice slightly distant but audible. Though the Ministry's wards resist me, I cannot maintain this form for long away from my physical foundations. Several nearby Ministry workers stopped to stare, whispering behind their hands at the spectral appearance. One wizard actually dropped his briefcase in shock. We should proceed quickly, Dumbledore suggested. The Wizengamot chamber is on level 10. They made their way through the atrium toward a bank of golden grills, drawing stares and whispers as they passed. Harry kept his head down, acutely aware of pointing fingers and excited murmurs of, "It's Harry Potter," and, "Look at that apparition with them." He was grateful when they entered a relatively empty elevator, the grills clanging shut behind them. Level 10, Department of Mysteries and Wizengamot Chambers, announced a cool female voice as the elevator descended. Harry noticed the castle's manifestation growing fainter with each level they dropped. The Ministry's foundational wards grow stronger the deeper we go, Hogwarts explained, noticing his concern. They recognize me as external magic and attempt to suppress my manifestation. Will you be able to stay with me in the Wizengamot? Harry asked anxiously. Yes, though perhaps not as visibly as this. I will maintain our connection regardless. Her form flickered like a candle in wind. Remember, Harry Potter, you speak not just for yourself today, but for me as well. Let them hear the truth of our bond. The elevator stopped with a clang, the female voice announcing, Level 10, as the grills slid open. They stepped into a torchlit corridor with rough stone walls, looking more like a medieval dungeon than the polished upper floors. Bit forbidding, isn't it? Arthur Weasley commented, noticing Harry's expression. Intentionally so, I expect. The Wizengamot chambers date back to the 15th century, when magical governance had a more intimidating approach. They followed Dumbledore down the corridor to a set of massive oak doors bound with iron. Two wizards in plum-colored robes stood guard, straightening at Dumbledore's approach. Chief Warlock, one greeted him with a respectful nod. The chamber is nearly full. Minister Fudge requested your presence before proceedings begin. Of course, Dumbledore replied pleasantly. These individuals accompany me for the Potter hearing, Professor McGonagall, Arthur Weasley, Harry Potter himself, and... He gestured to the increasingly translucent castle manifestation, a representative of Hogwarts Castle. The guards exchanged uncertain glances at the spectral figure but ultimately nodded. You're expected, Chief Warlock. Though the castle representative was not on our list of approved attendees. The castle invoked sanctuary rights, Dumbledore explained. Its presence is integral to these proceedings. After a moment's hesitation, the guards stepped aside, pushing open the heavy doors. Beyond lay a large dungeon chamber, illuminated by torches in brackets. Rows of benches rose in tiers along the walls, occupied by witches and wizards in plum-colored robes identical to the guards. In the center of the room stood two chairs, one high-backed with chains on the arms, the other a simple wooden seat. As they entered, dozens of faces turned toward them. Whispers erupted throughout the chamber, growing louder as people noticed Harry and the fading manifestation beside him. Merlin's beard. Is that, the castle itself has come? Look at the boy, the spitting image of James but with Lily's eyes. Minister Fudge, seated at the front bench, banged a gavel for order. Silence. Dumbledore, what is the meaning of this apparition? Spectral entities must be registered before entering ministry chambers. Not an apparition or spectre, Minister, Dumbledore corrected calmly, but a manifestation of Hogwarts Castle itself, here to represent its interests in the sanctuary claim regarding Harry Potter. The chamber erupted again, louder than before. Harry spotted Lucius Malfoy seated near Fudge, his aristocratic features twisted in evident displeasure. Beside him sat Umbridge, her toad-like face frozen in a grimace of disapproval. As the noise reached a crescendo, something unexpected happened. Though the castle's visible manifestation had faded to little more than a silvery outline, her voice suddenly filled the chamber, not shouting, but somehow audible over every other sound, resonating through the very stones of the ministry itself. Enough. Silence fell instantly. Even Fudge's gavel froze mid-descent. I am Hogwarts, the voice continued, seeming to emanate from the walls themselves. I have stood for 1,000 years, teaching and protecting magical children. I appear before you today regarding one such child, Harry James Potter, whom I have claimed under magical sanctuary rights recognized by your own laws since the Founder's time. The assembled Wizengamot members sat in stunned silence. Fudge recovered first, his face flushing with what appeared to be a mixture of fear and indignation. This is highly irregular. Buildings do not address the Wizengamot. I am more than mere building, Cornelius Fudge, the voice replied. As 42 previous ministers of magic have acknowledged since your government's founding. My sentience has been documented in the Department of Mystery's own archives since 1327. Madame Bones, whom Harry recognized from her visit to Hogwarts, leaned forward. The castle speaks truthfully. There are indeed records of partial manifestations and sentient responses from Hogwarts throughout our history, though nothing of this magnitude in modern times. Lucius Malfoy rose smoothly. Fascinating magical curiosity aside, we gather today to address a matter of law, specifically, whether an enchanted building, however ancient, can legally remove a minor child from his legal guardians without ministry oversight. The sanctuary precedent is clear, Arthur Weasley countered, stepping forward. When magical dwelling places achieve documented sentience, they gain limited legal rights, including protective custody of endangered magical children. Precedents include the Hargrove case of 1637 and the Selwyn Sanctuary of 1842. Ancient history, Umbridge simpered. Modern magical child welfare laws supersede these outdated precedents. Actually, came Dumbledore's calm voice, the Wizengamot Harmonization Treaty specifically preserved ancient magical rights when incorporating previous magical law into our current system. Section 12, Paragraph 7 explicitly maintains sanctuary protections. Legal arguments flew back and forth until Madame Bones finally banged her gavel. Enough procedural debate. We have before us the subject of these proceedings, Mr. Potter himself. Perhaps we should hear directly from him before voting on legislation that profoundly affects his future. Fudge looked displeased but nodded reluctantly. Very well. Mr. Potter may address the Wizengamot. Heart pounding, Harry approached the simple wooden chair in the center of the chamber. The castle's visible manifestation had faded almost completely, but he felt her reassuring presence like a hand on his shoulder. Speak truth from your heart, Harry Potter, came her voice in his mind. They need to understand our connection. As he sat, faces stared down at him from all sides, some curious, others sympathetic, many calculating. Harry swallowed hard, then began speaking in a voice that started shakily but grew stronger with each word. My name is Harry Potter. Until 2 weeks ago, I didn't know magic was real. My aunt and uncle told me my parents died in a car crash, that magic didn't exist, and that I was a burden they were stuck with. They made me sleep in a cupboard under the stairs. They gave me Dudley's old clothes and barely enough food. When strange things happened around me, magic, I know now, I was punished. The chamber had grown deathly quiet. Even Malfoy's supercilious expression had faltered slightly. Then the dreams started, Harry continued. Dreams of a castle calling me. At first, I thought I was going mad. But the voice got stronger, especially when things were worst at the Dursleys. Then, when Uncle Vernon was about to. He swallowed hard. When I was in danger, the castle somehow brought me to Hogwarts. For the first time in my life, I felt safe. I had a real bedroom. Enough food. People who explained things instead of punishing me for asking questions. Harry looked directly at Fudge. I know everyone thinks I'm special because of what happened when I was a baby. But I'm not asking to stay at Hogwarts because I'm the boy who lived. I'm asking because it's the first place that ever felt like home. A murmur ran through the chamber, softer than before, sympathetic rather than scandalous. And what of the castle's claim that you are its master? Lucius Malfoy asked, his voice silky. Quite a convenient arrangement for a child to suddenly control Britain's premier magical institution, wouldn't you agree? Before Harry could respond, the castle's voice filled the chamber once more. You misunderstand our relationship, Lucius Malfoy. Harry Potter does not control me, we are bonded through magic older than your bloodline. My choice of him as master reflects his worthiness, not his dominance. And yet, Malfoy pressed, through this child, one might theoretically access the castle's deepest secrets, perhaps even those hidden chambers rumored to contain ancient knowledge. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees as the castle replied, Is that your interest, then? Not child welfare but access to forgotten magic. Be careful what you seek, Lucius Malfoy. Some knowledge remains hidden for good reason. Madame Bones intervened before Malfoy could respond. Let us return to the matter at hand. Mr. Potter has expressed his desire to remain at Hogwarts. The castle has invoked sanctuary rights that appear legally valid, if rarely used. The question before us is whether to establish the Educational Supervision Committee proposed in today's legislation. The committee is necessary, Fudge insisted. While the sanctuary claim may have technical validity, the ministry cannot simply allow an artifact, however sentient, to determine educational policy for an institution that serves hundreds of Britain's magical children. The committee has proposed overreaches, Dumbledore countered. It seeks not merely oversight but control, with powers to overrule faculty appointments, curricular decisions, and even placement of individual students. The debate continued for another hour, with various Wisengamot members raising questions and concerns. Throughout, Harry remained in the central chair, increasingly aware of the political machinations swirling around him. What had initially seemed a simple matter of where he would live had transformed into a power struggle between the ministry and Hogwarts, with him as the focal point. Finally, Madame Bones called for a vote on the proposed legislation. Those in favor of establishing the Educational Supervision Committee with powers as outlined in the proposal before us, raise your hands. Approximately half the members raised their hands, including Fudge, Umbridge, and several wizards seated near Malfoy. Those opposed? A similar number of hands rose, creating what appeared to be a deadlock. Abstentions? 3 members raised their hands. Madame Bones tallied the results, her expression grave. By the narrowest margin, the proposal is defeated. However, she looked meaningfully around the chamber. I propose a compromise measure, a Hogwarts liaison office within the Department of Magical Education, with limited oversight responsibilities regarding the Potter Sanctuary situation specifically, but without the broader powers over educational policy contained in the defeated proposal. This suggestion sparked another round of debate, but with less acrimony than before. Even Malfoy seemed to recognize that the complete committee he had hoped to chair was no longer viable. After 30 minutes of negotiation over specific details, Madame Bones' compromise passed by a comfortable majority. It is decided then, she announced. Harry Potter will remain at Hogwarts under the castle's sanctuary claim, with quarterly reviews by the newly established liaison office. Hogwarts retains its traditional autonomy in educational matters, while the ministry maintains appropriate oversight regarding the welfare of a minor in magical custody. As the session concluded, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hadn't been returned to the Dursleys. Malfoy wouldn't chair a committee with power over him. The castle's claim had been officially recognized. A satisfactory outcome, Dumbledore remarked as they left the chamber. Though I expect Lucius will continue seeking influence through other channels. Let him try, came the castle's voice, barely audible now but still present. My defenses grow stronger daily. Arthur Weasley beamed at Harry. Well done, my boy. Your testimony clearly swayed several undecided votes. Speaking from the heart always carries more weight than political maneuvering. As they made their way back through the ministry, Harry noticed people staring and pointing even more openly than before. News of the hearing's outcome had apparently spread rapidly through the building. "Will it always be like this?" he asked McGonagall quietly, uncomfortable with the attention. "People staring at me wherever I go?" "Your fame was inevitable," she replied with unusual gentleness. "But today, at least, they stare not just at the boy who lived but at a young man who stood before the Wizengamot and spoke his truth. Be proud of that, Potter." Back at Hogwarts, Harry found the castle's manifestation waiting in the entrance hall, fully formed once more. "Well done, Harry Potter," she greeted him warmly. "You spoke with courage and honesty. We won, right?" Harry confirmed, still processing the complicated political maneuvering he'd witnessed. "I get to stay here?" "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "Though we must prepare for the Ministry's quarterly inspections and continue your education with particular diligence to satisfy their oversight." That evening, after a celebratory dinner in the Great Hall, Harry returned to his suite in the Founder's Keep, mentally exhausted but content. The castle's manifestation accompanied him, more vibrant and defined than he'd ever seen her before. "Something's different about you," Harry observed as they settled by the fireplace. "You seem more solid somehow." "The public recognition of our bond strengthens it," Hogwarts explained. "Magic responds to acknowledgement and belief. When the Wizengamot officially recognized my claim on you, it reinforced the magical reality." "So what happens now?" Harry asked, watching the flames dance in patterns that seemed almost deliberately formed. "More lessons tomorrow?" "Yes, but with a slight adjustment to your schedule." The castle's manifestation leaned forward, her expression uncharacteristically excited. "Now that our bond is legally acknowledged and growing stronger, I can begin teaching you magics unique to my master, abilities only available to one connected to my foundational power." "What kind of abilities?" "Control over my physical structure, for one. The ability to access chambers and passageways hidden from others. Connection to the wards and defenses the Founders established." The castle's form shimmered. "And eventually, access to knowledge they secreted within me for their true heir." Harry frowned. "Their heir? You mean like, their descendant?" "In a manner of speaking, yes," Hogwarts replied carefully. "Though bloodlines are only part of the connection. The Founders imbued me with recognition magics meant to identify one worthy of their combined legacy, one who embodies aspects of all four houses." "But I'm just Harry," he protested automatically. "I can't be anyone's heir. I'm just a kid who got lucky." The castle's manifestation smiled. "You underestimate yourself, Harry Potter. But no matter, time will reveal the truth. For tonight, rest content in your victory. Tomorrow, your true education begins." As Harry drifted towards sleep that night, he reflected on how completely his life had transformed in just 2 weeks. From an unwanted burden in a cupboard to the recognized master of a sentient magical castle, from ignorance of his heritage to the center of wizarding politics. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Ministry oversight, Malfoy scheming, the ominous hints about Voldemort's eventual return, he would face them with Hogwarts at his side. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter wasn't alone. He was home. Chapter 2, Sanctuary and Siege. Morning sunlight streamed through the enchanted windows of the Founder's Keep as Harry bolted upright in bed, momentarily confused by the unfamiliar surroundings. Then reality crashed back, the escape from the Dursleys, the castle claiming him, yesterday's victory at the Wizengamot. A grin spread across his face as he remembered, this was his home now. For real. The Ministry couldn't take him away. "Good morning, Harry Potter," came the castle's voice as its manifestation shimmered into existence beside his bed. "You slept well?" "Best sleep ever," Harry confirmed, reaching for his glasses. "No nightmares at all." "My protective wards likely help with that," Hogwarts remarked, looking pleased. Dark dreams often have magical components that my defenses naturally filter. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed, still marveling at how massive and comfortable it was compared to his old cupboard cot. So what's happening today? More lessons with the professors. Indeed. But first, the castle's manifestation grew more defined. We begin your special training as my chosen master. After breakfast, meet me in the room of requirement on the 7th floor. Harry had learned about this special room during his castle tour, a magical space that transformed itself based on the user's needs. What will we be doing? Establishing our formal bond, Hogwarts replied with an air of ceremony. Until now, our connection has been instinctive, formed by mutual need. Today we begin the process of making it deliberate and directed. After a quick breakfast in the Great Hall, still weird to eat in such a massive space with only a handful of remaining professors, Harry made his way to the 7th floor, following the castle's earlier directions to walk 3 times past a specific blank wall while thinking clearly of his need to meet with Hogwarts. On his 3rd pass, an ornate door materialized, carved with the symbols of all 4 houses surrounding a large letter H. Harry pushed it open to find a circular chamber unlike anything he'd seen in the castle so far. The room was dominated by a scale model of Hogwarts in the center, perfect in every detail, right down to tiny windows that glowed with miniature lights. Around the walls stood 4 life-sized statues, a regal-looking woman with a diadem, a stern man with a sword, a kind-faced woman with a cup, and a shrewd-looking man with a locket. The founders, Harry breathed, recognizing them from his history lessons. "Welcome to the Heartstone Chamber," came Hogwarts' voice as her manifestation formed beside him, more solid-looking than ever. "This room exists at the exact magical center of my structure, a nexus point where the founders combined their power to give me life." Harry approached the miniature castle, noticing how it pulsed with a subtle golden light. "What's this model for?" "It's both map and control interface," Hogwarts explained. "Through it, my master can monitor and direct aspects of my structure. Watch." She waved a translucent hand over the model, and tiny figures appeared throughout, each representing a person currently within the castle. "Whoa!" Harry exclaimed, leaning closer. He could see labeled dots for A. Dumbledore, in the Headmaster's office, S. Snape, in the dungeons, and various other staff members throughout the building. His own dot, labeled H. Potter, stood in a pulsing chamber at the castle's heart. The Marauders' map copied this concept, though they never discovered this original version, Hogwarts remarked. "The what map?" "A story for another time," the castle replied with amusement. "Today, we focus on your connection to my foundations." Hogwarts guided Harry to a circular platform beside the model. "Stand here, place your hand on the miniature's central tower, and repeat after me." Harry did as instructed, feeling a strange warmth emanate from the model as his fingers touched it. "I, Harry James Potter," the castle began. "I, Harry James Potter," he repeated. "Acknowledge the bond between myself and Hogwarts Castle." Harry repeated the words, feeling something stir in his chest, a resonance like a struck bell. "I accept the mantle of chosen master. I accept the mantle of chosen master." As Harry spoke these words, the model beneath his fingers pulsed brightly. "With this acceptance, I commit to learn the castle's secrets, protect its foundations, and honor the legacy of its founders." Harry repeated this final phrase, and the model castle suddenly blazed with golden light, so bright he had to close his eyes. When he opened them again, thin streams of the same golden light were flowing from the model into his fingertips, up his arm, and directly into his chest. "Whoa!" he gasped, startled but not frightened. The sensation was warm, comforting, like being wrapped in the world's coziest blanket. "What's happening?" "My magic recognizes you formally," Hogwarts explained, her manifestation growing brighter alongside the glowing model. "For 1,000 years, I have watched headmasters come and go, each granted temporary stewardship but never true connection. You are different, Harry Potter. You are mine, and I am yours." The light faded gradually, but something of its warmth remained in Harry's chest, a gentle pulse that synchronized with his heartbeat. That was amazing, he breathed. I feel different. The initial bond is established, Hogwarts confirmed. You'll notice subtle changes immediately, an awareness of my structure, intuitive navigation through my corridors, sensitivity to those who enter my grounds. With training, you'll access greater abilities, control over my rooms and passageways, connection to my defensive systems, and eventually, access to knowledge hidden by the founders themselves. Harry turned slowly, taking in the chamber again. The statues of the founders seemed to watch him with new interest, their stone eyes following his movements. They're not just statues, are they? He asked. Not entirely, no. They contain echoes of the founders' knowledge and personalities, not ghosts or portraits, but magical impressions left behind to guide future generations. Hogwarts' manifestation approached the statue of Godric Gryffindor. In time, you may learn to awaken these echoes for direct guidance. For now, their wisdom flows through me. Harry's first lesson as the castle's formally recognized master involved learning to sense Hogwarts' structural layout through their connection. With his eyes closed, he practiced visualizing corridors, towers, and chambers, gradually building a mental map that extended far beyond areas he'd physically explored. The defense against the dark arts classroom has a loose floorboard near the southeast corner, Harry noted with surprise, seeing it in his mind without having visited the room before. Correct, Hogwarts confirmed. My awareness becomes your awareness, though it will take practice to interpret all the information available to you. After an hour of this exercise, Harry felt mentally exhausted but exhilarated. This wasn't just theory or reading from books, this was magic he could feel, direct and immediate. Enough for today, Hogwarts decided, noting his fatigue. Professor McGonagall awaits you in the Transfiguration classroom for your regular lessons. As Harry left the Heartstone chamber, he realized something remarkable, he no longer needed directions to find his way around the massive castle. Some internal compass now guided him unerringly through the labyrinthine corridors and shifting staircases. McGonagall noticed the change immediately. You're looking rather pleased with yourself this morning, Potter. I take it your session with the castle was productive. It was brilliant. Harry couldn't contain his enthusiasm. We did this ceremony thing with a model of Hogwarts, and now I can feel the whole castle structure in my head. McGonagall's eyebrows rose slightly. Fascinating. The headmaster suspected your connection with Hogwarts might manifest in unusual ways. Perhaps you could demonstrate. Without hesitation, Harry closed his eyes briefly, then pointed toward the ceiling. There's someone walking in the corridor 2 floors directly above us right now. Professor Flitwick, I think, based on how light the footsteps feel. McGonagall's normally stern expression gave way to astonishment. Phileas isn't scheduled to return from holiday until tomorrow. Barely 10 seconds later, a familiar squeaky voice called from the doorway, Minerva. I've returned early. The International Charms Conference ended ahead of schedule, and I thought I might help with young Potter's education before term begins. The tiny Charms professor beamed as he entered the classroom, then stopped short at McGonagall's stunned expression. Is something the matter? Not at all, Phileas, she recovered quickly. Mr. Potter was just demonstrating a new ability he's developed through his connection with the castle. He sensed your approach before we heard you. Flitwick turned to Harry with evident delight. Extraordinary. The magical theory implications alone. He scurried forward eagerly. Mr. Potter, I've read the reports about your situation, of course, but to witness manifestations of the castle's bond firsthand, what a privilege. Harry instantly liked the enthusiastic little professor, whose excitement about magic reminded him of his own recent wonder at discovering this world. Could you possibly sense where the headmaster is right now? Flitwick asked. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the mental map of Hogwarts. He's in the Ollery, sending a letter. There's a tawny owl on his arm. McGonagall and Flitwick exchanged amazed glances. We can verify that shortly, McGonagall noted. For now, let's proceed with today's lesson on basic transformation theory. The rest of the morning passed in regular lessons, though Harry found it increasingly difficult to concentrate with his new awareness of the castle buzzing in his mind. He could sense the house elves cleaning in distant corridors, feel the giant squid swimming lazy circles in the lake, even detect the movements of owls in the Ollery rafters. "You're distracted, Potter," McGonagall observed after he failed to answer a direct question about transformation principles. "Perhaps learning to filter your castle awareness should be your next priority." "Sorry, Professor," Harry apologized. "It's like having 100 television channels playing in my head at once." McGonagall looked sympathetic despite her stern tone. "I imagine such a connection takes adjustment. We'll end early today. Speak with the castle about control techniques before your afternoon sessions." Harry found Hogwarts manifestation waiting in the corridor outside. "You heard?" "I hear everything that happens within my walls," the castle reminded him. "Professor McGonagall is correct. You must learn to filter the information our bond provides. Come." She led him to a small meditation room he hadn't visited before, with cushions arranged on the floor and enchanted windows showing peaceful natural scenes that slowly shifted between forest, mountain, and lakeside views. "Sit," Hogwarts instructed. "Close your eyes and visualize our connection as a series of streams flowing into a central pool, your consciousness. Right now, all streams flow at full volume. You must learn to dam some while allowing others to flow freely." Harry followed her instructions, picturing the overwhelming flood of castle information as water channels he could control. Gradually, with Hogwarts guidance, he learned to reduce the sensory input to manageable levels. "Better," he sighed after nearly an hour of practice. "It's not gone, but more like background noise I can tune out when needed." "Excellent progress," Hogwarts approved. "This skill will prove essential as students arrive for the fall term. Sensing hundreds of individuals simultaneously would overwhelm you otherwise." The remainder of July passed in this dual education, standard magical lessons with the professors and special training with Hogwarts herself. Harry learned to navigate the castle's secret passages instinctively, to sense when anyone crossed the outer boundaries of the grounds, and even to make minor adjustments to the castle's structure, opening hidden doorways or creating passages where none had existed before. "It's not creation from nothing," Hogwarts explained as Harry successfully manifested a door between the library and the Great Hall, saving himself a lengthy walk. "Rather, you're accessing configurations that already exist within my potential form. Think of it as rearranging furniture in a room rather than building new furniture." August brought new developments as preparations for the upcoming school year intensified. Professor Sprout returned from her summer research trip, immediately taking an interest in Harry's unusual situation. "Remarkable," the cheerful herbology professor exclaimed after Harry demonstrated his ability to sense every plant in her greenhouses. "You can actually feel the venomous tentaculous mood. What an extraordinary connection." Not all returning staff were equally enthusiastic. Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher, descended from her tower one afternoon and promptly declared Harry a nexus of conflicting destinies, before retreating back to her incense-filled domain. "Don't mind Sybil," McGonagall advised dryly. "She feels professionally obligated to make dramatic pronouncements about anyone remotely significant." The most significant August arrival came in the form of Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, who brought something Harry had eagerly anticipated, his first broomstick. "Headmaster's orders," the hawk-eyed witch explained, presenting Harry with a gleaming Cleansweep 7. "Says every wizard should learn to fly properly, especially one with your father's genes. James Potter was a natural on a broomstick, one of the best I ever trained." Harry's first flying lesson proved McGonagall's theory about inherited talents. The moment he kicked off from the ground, something clicked, a sense of absolute freedom and control that made every other form of movement feel clumsy by comparison. "Extraordinary," Madame Hooch called as Harry executed a perfect dive followed by a steep climb that would have terrified most beginning flyers. "You've got your father's instincts, Potter. Absolutely natural form." Even Hogwarts seemed impressed, her manifestation watching from the sidelines as Harry zoomed around the Quidditch pitch. "I cannot fly myself," she observed when he finally landed, cheeks flushed with exhilaration. "My awareness extends to my highest towers, but true flight remains outside my experience. Through you, I glimpse what freedom on the wind must feel like." As August progressed, the political situation continued developing outside Hogwarts' protective walls. The Daily Prophet arrived each morning with updates on the Potter Sanctuary situation, as they'd taken to calling it. The newly established Ministry Liaison Office had appointed its first official representative, a middle-aged witch named Griselda Marchbanks, whom Dumbledore described as rigid but fair. A reasonable choice, the headmaster noted over breakfast after her appointment was announced. Madame Marchbanks has served on the Wisengamot Examination Authority for decades. She values educational standards above political maneuvering. Harry recognized the name from his history lessons. Didn't she examine Dumbledore himself for his newts? Indeed she did, McGonagall confirmed with a rare smile. One advantage of extremely long wizarding lifespans, institutional memory spans generations. The first official ministry inspection was scheduled for mid-August, giving everyone time to prepare. Dumbledore organized a comprehensive demonstration of Harry's educational progress, while Hogwarts refined her manifestation to appear more dignified and less intimidating for the ministry representative. "Remember, the castle advised Harry the night before, Madame Marchbanks will evaluate not just your magical progress but your overall welfare. Be honest about your experiences here, but remain polite and confident. This inspection establishes precedent for all future reviews." Harry nodded seriously. "Do you think she'll try to make me leave?" "No. Her reputation suggests genuine concern for student welfare. If she sees you thriving, which you are, she'll likely confirm the current arrangement." Hogwarts' manifestation flickered thoughtfully. "However, she serves at the ministry's discretion. Others may pressure her to find fault, particularly Lucius Malfoy, who remains disappointed by his failure to chair the oversight committee." When Madame Marchbanks arrived the following morning, Harry was surprised to find an ancient, stooped witch with enormous spectacles that magnified her eyes to owl-like proportions. Despite her fragile appearance, she moved with purpose and spoke with crisp authority. "Mr. Potter," she greeted him with a firm handshake. "A pleasure to meet you at last. I examined both your parents for their newts, you know. Your mother's charm work was particularly innovative." Harry brightened at this personal connection to his parents. "Really? What kinds of spells did she create?" "Protection charms, primarily," Marchbanks replied, her magnified eyes softening slightly. "Lily Evans had a gift for defensive magic. But we'll discuss that another time. Today I'm here to evaluate your current situation." The inspection proved thorough but fair. Marchbanks observed several of Harry's lessons, reviewed his educational plan, inspected his living quarters, and interviewed him privately about his experiences since arriving at Hogwarts. "You appear remarkably well-adjusted given the circumstances," she noted during their interview. "Many children would find living in an almost empty castle with primarily adult company rather lonely." "It's brilliant compared to the Dursleys," Harry replied honestly. "There, I wasn't allowed friends anyway, Dudley scared off anyone who tried talking to me. Here, even though there aren't other kids yet, everyone actually talks to me like a person, not a nuisance." Marchbanks' expression darkened at the mention of the Dursleys. "Yes, I've reviewed the reports from Madame Bone's investigation. Quite disturbing." She made a note on her parchment. "And your relationship with the castle itself? This manifestation phenomenon is unprecedented in modern records." As if on cue, Hogwarts' form shimmered into existence beside Harry's chair. "My connection with Harry Potter extends beyond visual manifestation," the castle explained. "We share a magical bond that enhances his education and provides him with stability and protection." "Fascinating," Marchbanks murmured, studying the apparition with professional interest. "I'd heard rumors of Hogwarts semi-sentience throughout my career, but nothing approaching this level of consciousness. May I ask when you first achieved full awareness?" "My consciousness evolved gradually over centuries," Hogwarts replied. What you witness now is merely the first time I've chosen to make my awareness fully known to humans. The inspection concluded late afternoon with a meeting in Dumbledore's office. Marchbanks reviewed her findings with the Headmaster, McGonagall, and Harry himself, while Hogwarts manifestation observed silently. "My preliminary assessment is positive," Marchbanks announced, adjusting her enormous spectacles. "Mr. Potter shows appropriate educational progress for his age, advanced in some areas, in fact. His living conditions exceed Ministry standards for magical orphans. His emotional well-being appears stable, particularly given the traumatic circumstances preceding his arrival here." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Most gratifying to hear, Griselda. However," she continued, "I do have concerns about socialization. While Mr. Potter currently seems content with adult company, children require peer relationships for healthy development. With the school year approaching, what arrangements will be made regarding his interaction with students?" It was a question Harry himself had wondered about but hadn't asked directly. "We've considered several approaches," McGonagall replied. "Mr. Potter's unusual status presents challenges. He's too young to attend classes with first years, yet treating him as entirely separate from the student body seems unnecessarily isolating." "I propose a hybrid solution," Dumbledore interjected. "Harry will continue his individual educational program while participating in certain structured social activities with students. Perhaps joining house tables for meals, attending Quidditch matches, and participating in supervised weekend activities." Marchbanks nodded thoughtfully. "Reasonable. And his accommodations? Will he remain in this Founder's Keep, once students arrive?" "The keep exists outside normal castle access," Hogwarts manifestation explained. "Students cannot find it without specific guidance. Harry's privacy and security remain protected while still allowing for appropriate social interaction." After further discussion of details, Marchbanks packed away her notes with a satisfied nod. "I'll submit my official report recommending continuation of the current arrangement with the socializations adjustments discussed. Quarterly inspections will continue as mandated, with the next review scheduled before the winter holidays." As August drew to a close, Harry found himself growing both excited and nervous about the approaching school year. The castle would soon transform from his private sanctuary to a bustling school filled with hundreds of students, children his own age who might become friends, but who would inevitably be curious about the famous boy living within Hogwarts itself. "Will everyone know who I am?" he asked Dumbledore anxiously during their weekly meeting. "Your name and story are well known throughout Wizarding Britain," Dumbledore confirmed gently. "News of your unusual arrival and the castle's claim has only increased that recognition. However," he added, seeing Harry's dismay, "children are remarkably adaptable. Initial curiosity will eventually give way to familiarity." "The Headmaster is correct," Hogwarts agreed, her manifestation appearing beside Harry's chair. "Though I suggest we address the situation directly rather than allowing rumors to flourish. Perhaps an announcement at the welcoming feast?" Dumbledore nodded. "Precisely my thinking. A brief explanation of Harry's presence without excessive detail should satisfy initial curiosity while establishing appropriate boundaries." As September 1st approached, Harry spent increasing time on the castle's highest towers, watching the preparations below. Hagrid, the enormous groundskeeper whom Harry had befriended over summer, tended the vegetables that would soon feed hundreds of students. Professor Sprout harvested ingredients from the greenhouses for start-of-term potions. House elves cleaned every corner of the castle with manic energy. "They're coming today," Harry said quietly on the morning of September 1st, standing at his window overlooking the grounds. The Hogwarts Express would depart London at 11, bringing hundreds of students to the previously peaceful castle. His sanctuary would transform into a school once more. "You're anxious," Hogwarts observed, her manifestation appearing beside him. "A bit," Harry admitted. "Everyone will stare and whisper, just like at the Ministry. And I'm not really a student, but not a teacher either. I don't belong anywhere." "You belong to Hogwarts," the castle corrected firmly. "My chosen master holds a unique position, neither fully student nor staff but connected to the very foundations of magical education here. Remember that when others question your place. Harry nodded, drawing comfort from the castle's certainty if not fully sharing it himself. Will I still see you once the students arrive? Or will you? I don't know. Go back to being just a building to everyone else. I will maintain this manifestation for you, Hogwarts assured him. Though perhaps less frequently in public spaces to avoid unnecessary disruption. Our bond remains unchanged regardless of how many students fill my halls. That evening, Harry watched from a hidden alcove above the great hall as students streamed in, filling the 4 house tables with chattering, laughing children in black robes. The noise level rose steadily until Dumbledore stood, raising his hands for silence. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, the headmaster announced, beaming at the assembled students. Before our sorting ceremony begins, I have an unusual announcement regarding a special resident who has joined us this summer. A curious murmur swept through the hall. Dumbledore continued, some of you may have read reports in the Daily Prophet about young Harry Potter and his unique connection to Hogwarts Castle. While these reports contained elements of truth, they also included significant speculation and exaggeration. The murmuring grew louder at Harry's name. From his vantage point, Harry saw hundreds of heads swiveling, searching for him throughout the hall. The truth, Dumbledore continued, is that through ancient magic we are still researching. Hogwarts Castle itself has formed a bond with Mr. Potter, bringing him here earlier than his normal school age. He will be living at Hogwarts while pursuing a specialized educational program until he reaches the age to join regular classes. Whispers erupted throughout the hall. Harry heard fragments, living in the castle, special powers, boy who lived. Dumbledore raised his hands again. I ask that you treat Mr. Potter with the same courtesy you would any guest at Hogwarts. He will occasionally join house tables for meals and attend certain school functions, but he is not yet a formal student nor assigned to any house. Now, let us proceed with the sorting ceremony for our new first years. From his hiding spot, Harry watched as nervous 11-year-olds approached a stool where McGonagall placed a tattered hat on each of their heads in turn. The hat shouted out house assignments: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, sending each student to their new house family amid cheers. You'll have your own sorting when you officially enter first year, came Hogwarts' quiet voice beside him. Though I already know where you truly belong. Which house? Harry asked curiously. The castle's manifestation smiled mysteriously. That's for the sorting hat to announce when the time comes. Though as my chosen master, you have claim to all 4 houses in a sense. After the feast concluded, Dumbledore escorted Harry back to the Founder's Keep through passages that bypassed the main corridors where students headed to their dormitories. I've arranged for you to join the Gryffindor table for breakfast tomorrow, the headmaster informed him. Professor McGonagall will introduce you to several first years she believes might make suitable acquaintances. Remember, while curiosity is natural, you're under no obligation to answer personal questions that make you uncomfortable. Harry nodded, suddenly realizing how different his position was. Every other child his age at Hogwarts belonged to a house, shared a dormitory, followed a standard class schedule. He alone stood apart, connected to the castle itself rather than its normal structures. It's going to be weird, isn't it? He asked Dumbledore. Being the only kid who's not really a student. The headmaster's expression softened. Different, certainly. Perhaps occasionally challenging. But you have something no student at Hogwarts has ever possessed, a direct connection to the castle's magic and wisdom. In time, I believe that connection will prove more valuable than any conventional education we provide. The following morning, Harry approached the Gryffindor table with trepidation. Conversations died as he entered the Great Hall, hundreds of eyes tracking his movement. He wore simple black robes without house insignia, immediately marking him as different from every other child present. McGonagall met him at the table's end. Mr. Potter will be joining Gryffindor for breakfast today, she announced to the nearby students. Mr. Weasley, perhaps you could introduce yourself and your brothers. A lanky red-headed boy about Harry's age nearly choked on his pumpkin juice at being singled out. Me? Oh. Right. He hastily wiped his mouth. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. First year. These are my brothers, Percy's a prefect, and Fred and George are third years. Troublemakers extraordinaire, one of the identical twins corrected with a grin. Mischief specialists, the other amended. Ignore them, Percy sniffed disapprovingly. As prefect, I'd be happy to answer any questions about Hogwarts academic programs, Potter. He lives in the castle, Percy, one twin pointed out. Probably knows more about Hogwarts than you do. Harry slid onto the bench beside Ron, acutely aware of whispers spreading outward from their position like ripples in a pond. Thanks, he said quietly to Ron. This is all a bit weird for me. Bloody hell, I bet, Ron replied, eyes wide. Is it true the castle actually talks to you? Dad told me about seeing its ghost form at the ministry. It's not really a ghost, Harry corrected, reaching for toast. More like, the castle's consciousness taking visual form. And yeah, we talk all the time. Wicked, Ron breathed. An awkward pause followed before he blurted, do you really have the scar? You know, from when you know who. Harry pushed back his fringe, revealing the lightning bolt mark. He'd grown accustomed to this reaction over summer when meeting various ministry officials and magical specialists. Blimey, Ron whispered. And you were raised by muggles? What was that like? Terrible, Harry answered honestly. They hated magic and pretty much everything about me. That's partly why the castle brought me here early, to get me away from them. The conversation gradually became easier as breakfast continued. Ron explained his own family, 6 brothers, 1 sister, all magical, while Harry shared carefully edited versions of his summer experiences. Around them, other students openly stared or pretended not to eavesdrop while hanging on every word. So you're not in any house yet? Ron asked through a mouthful of sausage. But you will be when you're 11. That's the plan, Harry confirmed. I'll join regular first-year classes then, but until now I'm on a special program with individual lessons. Lucky, Ron sighed. No exams or detentions or anything. I still have tests, Harry corrected. Just not the same ones as everyone else. And the castle is pretty strict about completing assignments properly. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the morning mail, hundreds of owls swooping into the great hall, delivering packages and letters from families. Harry, having no one to receive mail from, watched with interest until a handsome eagle owl landed directly in front of him, extending its leg imperiously. That's odd, Harry remarked, untying the sealed parchment. Who'd be writing to me? The letter bore an ornate wax seal with an elaborate M pressed into emerald green wax. Harry broke it open and read, Mr. Potter, allow me to formally welcome you to Hogwarts, albeit under unconventional circumstances. My son Draco has informed me of your presence at the Gryffindor table this morning. As a school governor and concerned parent, I would appreciate the opportunity to discuss your unique situation during my scheduled visit to Hogwarts next week. The magical community has many questions regarding the castle's unprecedented manifestation and your role as its chosen master. As someone with your best interests at heart, I believe I may offer valuable perspective on navigating the complex political landscape your position creates. Most sincerely, Lucius Malfoy Chairman, Hogwarts Board of Governors. Harry frowned, remembering Hogwarts warnings about Malfoy's ulterior motives. He glanced toward the Slytherin table, where a pale, pointed-faced boy with sleek blonde hair watched him with obvious interest. The boy, Draco, presumably, raised his goblet in a mock salute when their eyes met. What's that about? Ron asked, noticing the exchange. Lucius Malfoy wants to meet with me, Harry explained, keeping his voice low. Says he wants to help me navigate the political landscape or something. Ron's expression darkened. Dad says the Malfoys are bad news. Supported you-know-who in the war, then claimed they were bewitched when he disappeared. Got off because of their money and connections. The castle told me something similar, Harry murmured. Said I shouldn't trust him. Smart castle, Ron declared firmly. After breakfast, Harry headed to the library for his morning lessons with Professor Vector. As he navigated the corridors, he became acutely aware of students whispering and pointing. Some boldly called greetings, while others huddled together discussing him as if he couldn't hear. Lives inside the walls, controls the staircases, special powers from surviving the killing curse. By lunchtime, Harry felt emotionally exhausted from the constant attention. Instead of returning to the Great Hall, he retreated to the Founder's Keep, where a house elf promptly delivered a meal. The student's curiosity was expected, Hogwarts noted as her manifestation formed beside him. It will diminish with time. I don't know, Harry sighed, picking at his sandwich. Every time I turn around, someone's staring or whispering. And now Lucius Malfoy wants to meet me next week. The castle's manifestation stiffened. Show me this letter. Harry retrieved the parchment from his pocket. Hogwarts studied it, her form flickering with what he now recognized as agitation. Malfoy oversteps, she declared. The Board of Governors has no authority over your situation, regardless of his title. This represents exactly the type of maneuvering we anticipated, using his son's presence to create a seemingly innocent reason for contact. What should I do? Decline through proper channels, Hogwarts advised. The headmaster should respond that any matters regarding your guardianship must be addressed through the Ministry Liaison Office, not direct meetings. Harry nodded, relieved to have clear direction. I'll give the letter to Dumbledore at our meeting this afternoon. The remainder of his first day with students proved equally challenging. During his scheduled flying practice with Madame Hooch, a crowd of students gathered to watch from windows and courtyards, openly admiring his natural skill but making him self-conscious with their attention. Ignore the audience, Hooch advised briskly. Concentrate on your form. Your father performed best with a crowd watching, seemed to thrive on it. By dinner time, Harry had decided to eat in his private quarters again rather than face the Great Hall's scrutiny. Dumbledore, however, gently discouraged this retreat. While I understand your discomfort, Harry, isolation will only increase speculation, the headmaster counseled. Brief, regular appearances help normalize your presence. Perhaps joining the Hufflepuff table tonight? Professor Sprout has spoken with several particularly kind-natured students who might provide a less overwhelming social experience than this morning's Gryffindor introduction. Reluctantly, Harry agreed. To his surprise, the Hufflepuff welcome proved exactly as Dumbledore had predicted, friendly but less intrusive than the Gryffindor's eager questioning. A round-faced boy named Cedric Diggory engaged him in relaxed conversation about Quidditch, while Susan Bones, niece of Madame Bones from the Ministry, tactfully steered discussion away from personal questions when other students became too nosy. My aunt told me about the castle choosing you, Susan explained quietly as they finished dessert. She said you deserved privacy and normal treatment after everything you've been through. Some of us have been trying to spread that message. Thanks, Harry replied gratefully. I appreciate that. Hufflepuffs understand fairness, Cedric added with a smile. Being gawked at like some rare magical creature isn't fair to anyone. Over the next several days, Harry established a workable routine. Mornings were devoted to regular lessons with professors, afternoons to his special training with Hogwarts, and evenings to homework and occasional structured social interactions with students. He rotated between house tables for meals, gradually becoming more comfortable with the attention while learning to politely deflect overly personal questions. His Malfoy problem, however, continued growing. Dumbledore had indeed sent a formal response declining the requested meeting, but Draco Malfoy seemed determined to establish contact regardless. The pale Slytherin boy engineered seemingly accidental encounters in corridors, the library, and the Great Hall, each time making pointed comments about Harry's unusual status. Father says the Ministry's quite concerned about a 7-year-old wielding influence over Britain's premier magical institution, Malfoy remarked during one such chance meeting near the library. He believes you might need guidance from a proper wizarding family to understand the responsibilities your position entails. Harry, remembering Hogwarts' warnings about the Malfoy's motivations, kept his responses polite but non-committal. The Ministry's liaison office handles oversight of my situation. Your father should direct any concerns there. Draco's pale eyes narrowed slightly. Father doesn't take direction from minor ministry functionaries, Potter. When a Malfoy offers assistance, wise wizards accept gratefully. I'll keep that in mind, Harry replied neutrally before walking away. These interactions always left him unsettled, a feeling that intensified when he noticed other Slytherin students, particularly older ones from families Hogwarts identified as former Voldemort supporters, watching him with calculating expressions. They seek weakness, the castle explained during their evening training session. Information to report back to their parents, who report to Lucius Malfoy, who coordinates their collective strategy. Strategy for what, exactly? Harry asked, frustrated. What do they want from me? Hogwarts' manifestation grew more defined, her expression grave. Several things. First, they want to assess whether you might prove sympathetic to their political ideology as you grow older, the notion of magical supremacy over Muggles. Second, they hope to discover whether you've accessed hidden knowledge within me that might serve their interests, particularly dark magic sealed away by Salazar Slytherin. Third, they seek leverage, any vulnerability they might exploit to gain influence over you. But why? I'm just a kid. A child with a uniquely powerful magical position, Hogwarts corrected. And one prophesied to have the power to vanquish their former master, should he return. Harry's head snapped up. Prophesied? What prophecy? The castle's manifestation flickered, suggesting she'd revealed more than intended. That is a matter for another time, when Dumbledore deems you ready for the knowledge. That's not fair. Harry protested. If there's a prophecy about me, I should know about it. There are aspects of your situation that require maturity to fully comprehend, Hogwarts replied carefully. The headmaster believes, and I reluctantly agree, that 7 is too young for certain burdens. Harry's frustration was interrupted by a warm pulse from the model castle in the Heartstone chamber where they were training. The miniature's warning tower glowed red, indicating a breach of outer perimeter wards. Someone's entering the grounds who shouldn't be, Harry realized, instantly connecting to the castle's detection system through their bond. Yes, Hogwarts confirmed, her manifestation growing sharper as she focused on the intrusion. 3 individuals approaching from the Forbidden Forest side, bypassing standard entrance points. Their magical signatures suggest concealment charms. Harry closed his eyes, extending his awareness through the castle's detection grid. They're heading toward the east wing, moving slowly. Should we alert Dumbledore? Already done, Hogwarts replied. I've notified all staff through my internal communication system. But this represents an excellent opportunity for practical application of your training. The castle guided Harry through accessing Hogwarts' defensive systems, ancient magic built into the very foundations that most headmasters never fully utilized. Through the model, Harry learned to redirect corridors, temporarily seal entrances, and activate containment wards that would trap intruders in specific areas. Brilliant, he breathed as the model displayed the intruders' positions with glowing red dots, now effectively corralled in an isolated corridor with no exits. They think they're still heading toward the main castle, but they're actually in a loop that goes nowhere. Precisely, Hogwarts confirmed proudly. The illusion will hold until staff arrive. Minutes later, the model showed blue dots representing Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape converging on the trapped intruders. Through his connection with the castle, Harry could almost hear the confrontation, surprised exclamations from the trapped wizards, McGonagall's stern Scottish brogue demanding identification, Snape's silky threats. Who are they? Harry asked. Magical press, Hogwarts replied with evident disapproval. Reporters from the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly attempting to bypass Dumbledore's media restrictions for an unsanctioned interview with you. Quite illegal, the headmaster has filed formal complaints with their publications. The incident, while successfully resolved, heightened Harry's awareness of just how much interest his unusual situation generated. The following day's Daily Prophet carried a small notice apologizing for their reporters' unauthorized information-gathering attempt at Hogwarts, alongside a much larger article speculating about Harry's unprecedented magical connection to the castle. "They simply won't let it rest," McGonagall sighed, folding the newspaper during breakfast. "Even after their reporter's detention by the DMLE for trespassing on school grounds. Perhaps a controlled release of information would reduce speculation," Flitwick suggested. "An authorized interview with appropriate limitations?" Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "An interesting suggestion, Phileas. Harry, how would you feel about speaking briefly with one reputable journalist? With staff present and predetermined questions only." Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "If you think it would help stop people breaking in." "I shall arrange something appropriate," Dumbledore decided. "In the meantime, we might consider adjusting your schedule to reduce your visibility while public interest remains so intense." This led to temporarily suspending Harry's rotation among house tables, limiting his movements to less trafficked areas of the castle, and conducting flying lessons at dawn before most students were awake. While these measures reduced immediate pressure, Harry found them frustratingly restrictive after the freedom he'd enjoyed during summer. "I feel like I'm hiding," he complained to Ron Weasley during one of their now private lunch meetings in a small antechamber off the Great Hall. "Just because some stupid reporters tried to sneak in." "Dad says the Prophet's been getting owls non-stop from readers wanting to know more about you and the castle," Ron replied through a mouthful of shepherd's pie. "Like, thousands of letters. People are dead curious about the whole castle chose a master thing." "It's not even that interesting," Harry grumbled. "Mostly I just do lessons and homework like any other kid." Ron snorted. "Yeah, except you can talk to the castle and control secret passages and sense when anyone crosses the grounds. Totally boring stuff." Despite Harry's frustrations, his training with Hogwarts continued advancing rapidly. September gave way to October, and with it came new abilities. He learned to activate specific castle defenses, suits of armor that could intercept intruders, gargoyles that served as additional sentries, portraits that reported suspicious activities. "These defenses have always existed," Hogwarts explained during one lesson, "but most headmasters access only portions of the system. As my chosen master, you connect directly to foundational magic that predates even the headmaster's role." The most exciting development came mid-October when Hogwarts determined Harry ready to access his first Founder's Repository, a hidden library created by Rowena Ravenclaw containing knowledge she considered too advanced for general student access. Unlike Slytherin's darker secrets, the castle explained as they descended a staircase that only materialized during certain moon phases, Ravenclaw's collection focuses on theoretical magic, concepts beyond standard curriculum but not inherently dangerous. The repository proved to be a circular chamber filled with ancient tomes, star charts covering the domed ceiling, and bizarre instruments similar to those in Dumbledore's office but far more intricate. At the chamber's center stood a life-sized statue of Ravenclaw herself, wearing the famous diadem mentioned in her house's lore. "Approach the statue," Hogwarts instructed. "Place your hand on the book she holds and state your intention to learn." Harry did as directed. "I seek knowledge to understand magic better," he said, feeling slightly foolish. To his amazement, the statue's stone eyes opened, glowing with soft blue light. "Knowledge Seeker recognized," came a voice nothing like Hogwarts' familiar tones, higher, with an accent he couldn't identify. "Master of Hogwarts acknowledged. Access granted to Tier 1 materials." Certain books on the surrounding shelves glowed in response, while others remained dormant. "The repository contains knowledge organized by tiers," Hogwarts explained. "As your understanding grows, higher tiers will become accessible." Ravenclaw designed her system to prevent magical theory beyond the reader's comprehension, which could lead to dangerous misapplication. Harry spent hours exploring the accessible books, finding complex magical concepts explained through animated diagrams and notes that seemed to anticipate his questions. One volume particularly captured his interest, a treatise on magical connections between places and people that seemed relevant to his bond with Hogwarts. "Can I take this with me to study?" he asked. "Repository materials cannot leave this chamber," Hogwarts replied. "But as my master, you may access this space whenever you wish, without the usual lunar phase restrictions that limit others." This new resource accelerated Harry's understanding of his connection with the castle. Through Ravenclaw's research, he learned that wizard-building bonds existed throughout magical history, though none approached the complexity of his link with Hogwarts. The knowledge helped him refine his control over castle functions and even begin experimenting with new applications. While Harry's magical education flourished, the political situation outside Hogwarts continued developing. Dumbledore arranged the promised interview with an elderly, respected journalist from Magical Education Quarterly rather than the sensationalist Daily Prophet. The resulting article, published in late October, presented a factual account of Harry's situation without the wild speculation that characterized most reports. Unfortunately, this measured approach didn't satisfy public curiosity. Other publications continued printing increasingly outlandish theories, from claims that Harry could make the castle physically move to suggestions that he was channeling the founder's spirits through the building. "Preposterous," McGonagall sniffed, tossing aside a particularly lurid edition of Witch Weekly claiming Harry could transform into the castle itself at will. "Though I suppose we should be grateful they haven't suggested you're the reincarnation of Merlin yet." "Actually," Dumbledore remarked mildly, "the Quibbler published that theory last week, alongside an interesting piece about heliopath infiltration of the Ministry's Department of Magical Games and Sports." The authorized interview had one positive effect: it temporarily reduced Lucius Malfoy's direct approaches. However, his son Draco intensified his efforts to engage Harry, suddenly appearing wherever Harry was permitted to go within the castle. "Potter," the blonde boy called, intercepting Harry after his weekly meeting with Dumbledore. "Father wanted me to personally invite you to our annual Yule celebration. Most influential wizarding families attend, ministry officials, international dignitaries. Given your unique position, he feels it would benefit you to establish proper connections." "Thanks, but I'll be staying at Hogwarts for the holidays," Harry replied politely. "Please thank your father for the invitation though." Malfoy's pale eyes narrowed. "This is the second invitation you've declined, Potter. One might think you're deliberately avoiding beneficial connections. Not everyone would be so persistent in offering assistance to someone of your unusual status." The implied threat wasn't subtle. Harry felt Hogwarts' awareness sharpen through their connection. The castle was listening closely. "I appreciate the interest," Harry said carefully, "but the Ministry's liaison office handles all matters regarding my guardianship and social engagements. Any invitations should go through them." "The Ministry doesn't control everything, Potter," Malfoy replied, voice hardening. "Particularly not ancient magic like that connecting you to this castle. My family has studied such bonds for generations. Father could provide insights your current advisors cannot." Harry maintained a neutral expression. "I'll keep that in mind. Now if you'll excuse me, I have lessons with Professor Flitwick." As October neared its end, the castle prepared for Halloween. Floating pumpkins appeared in the Great Hall, bats fluttered through corridors, and special feasts were planned. For most students, the holiday brought excitement and anticipation. For Harry, it carried a more somber significance. "Halloween marks the anniversary of your parents' deaths," Hogwarts noted gently as they practiced in the Heartstone Chamber. "Their sacrifice created the protection that initially saved you from Voldemort." Harry nodded, his concentration faltering. 10 years ago tomorrow. I've never even visited their graves. The Dursleys never talked about them except to say horrible things." "Would you wish to visit Godric's Hollow?" the castle asked. "Arrangements could be made, with proper security." The suggestion startled Harry. "That's possible. I thought I had to stay at Hogwarts." "Your sanctuary arrangement permit secured excursions for appropriate purposes," Hogwarts explained. "Visiting your parents' resting place on the anniversary of their passing certainly qualifies. I shall discuss logistics with the headmaster." Dumbledore readily approved the visit, arranging for McGonagall to accompany Harry the following afternoon. Halloween holds difficult memories for many who lived through the war, the headmaster explained. A private moment to honor your parents seems entirely appropriate. The journey proved emotional but healing. McGonagall apparat with Harry directly to the Godric's Hollow Cemetery, where James and Lily Potter lay beneath a simple white marble headstone. Harry placed lilies, McGonagall had conjured them at his request, and stood silently, trying to connect with parents he couldn't remember. They would be immensely proud of you, McGonagall said quietly, her usual stern demeanor softened by genuine emotion. Both were extraordinary people, not just magically talented but deeply kind. You have much of both in you, Potter. Harry nodded, unable to speak through the lump in his throat. He reached out, tracing the engraved dates marking his parents' short lives. Professor, he finally managed, do you think they'd understand? About the castle choosing me and everything that's happened? McGonagall considered her answer carefully. Your mother was particularly gifted at understanding magical connections others overlooked. Your father had an intuitive grasp of Hogwarts secrets that frustrated staff for 7 years. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Yes, Potter. I believe they would not only understand but would likely have anticipated something extraordinary in your future. They returned to Hogwarts in time for the Halloween feast, though Harry chose to eat quietly with the staff rather than joining one of the house tables. The Great Hall's festive atmosphere felt at odds with his reflective mood, but Hogwarts' familiar presence, her manifestation standing vigilant behind his chair, visible only to him during the crowded feast, provided comfort. Late that night, unable to sleep despite the emotionally draining day, Harry felt a strange pull through his connection with the castle, an awareness of something unusual occurring in the Heartstone chamber. Following the sensation, he made his way through the deserted corridors, the castle's subtly shifting passages to ensure he encountered no one during his midnight wandering. The Heartstone chamber glowed with unusual intensity when he entered, the model castle at its center pulsing with golden light far brighter than normal. Hogwarts' manifestation awaited him, more clearly defined than he'd ever seen her. What's happening? Harry asked, approaching the brightly glowing model. Halloween marks not only your parents' sacrifice but the anniversary of our initial connection, Hogwarts explained. Magic often resonates with significant dates, strengthening certain bonds. Tonight, the protective magic your mother created through her sacrifice harmonizes with our connection. The model castle pulsed again, streams of golden light reaching toward Harry as they had during their initial bonding ceremony. This time, however, the light carried flecks of deep red within its golden glow. Your mother's protection lives within you, Hogwarts continued. Tonight, that protection recognizes me as its ally in keeping you safe. Together, we can strengthen the ward surrounding you. Harry felt drawn to place his hands on the model, the mixed golden and red light flowing up his arms and surrounding him in a warm cocoon of magic. Unlike their first bonding, which had felt like gaining new abilities, this connection felt like barriers reinforcing, shields layering over him in multiple dimensions. I can feel it, he whispered, eyes closed as the magic enveloped him. Like armor made of light. Blood protection combined with foundational castle magic creates defenses few dark forces could penetrate, Hogwarts confirmed. This strengthening happens naturally on the anniversary, but your presence in the Heartstone chamber amplifies the effect. The impromptu ritual lasted only minutes, but when it concluded, Harry felt fundamentally changed, more secure in his connection to both the castle and, strangely, to his mother's lingering protection. He slept deeply that night, undisturbed by the dreams that sometimes plagued him. November brought new developments, both in Harry's training and the ongoing political situation. His abilities as the castle's master continued expanding. He could now activate specific wards at will, create temporary passages between distant parts of the structure, and even influence Hogwarts' semi-sentient components like the moving staircases and shifting doorways. Your control grows impressively, Hogwarts noted after Harry successfully redirected a staircase mid-movement during practice. Few headmasters achieve this level of connection even after decades. It's getting easier, Harry confirmed. Like the castle's responding before I even finished the thought. Our bond deepens, Hogwarts explained. My magic recognizes your intentions more readily as we grow accustomed to each other's patterns. This deepening connection proved timely as external pressures mounted. Mid-November brought the first significant challenge to the sanctuary arrangement when Lucius Malfoy filed a formal petition with the Wizengamot challenging the Ministry Liaison Office's oversight structure. He argues that the current arrangement lacks sufficient safeguards regarding your magical education and potential influences, Dumbledore explained during an emergency meeting in his office. Specifically, he claims the castle itself represents an unregulated magical entity, teaching a minor without ministry-approved supervision. That's ridiculous, Harry protested. Every lesson I have is supervised by professors or you. Not your special training with Hogwarts, McGonagall pointed out. Which, while entirely appropriate given your unique situation, occurs outside standard ministry educational frameworks. Hogwarts' manifestation shimmered into solidity beside Harry's chair. Lucius Malfoy seeks to classify me as a magical creature rather than sentient architecture, a classification that would permit ministry regulation of my interaction with Harry. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed gravely. The petition represents a concerning legal strategy. If successful, it would establish precedent for ministry intervention in your bond with the castle. What can we do? Harry asked anxiously. The Wizengamot has scheduled a hearing for December 15, Dumbledore replied. We shall present a vigorous defense of the current arrangement, naturally. In the meantime, we must prepare contingencies should the ruling prove unfavorable. These contingencies became the focus of Harry's training over the following weeks. Hogwarts accelerated his education regarding the castle's oldest and deepest defenses, protections established by the founders themselves that operated outside ministry-regulated magic. The founders anticipated potential conflicts with governing authorities, Hogwarts explained as they explored a previously sealed chamber deep beneath the castle. They created multiple layers of protection, some visible to ministry detection, others operating on principles predating modern magical regulation. The chamber contained 4 pillars, each carved with the symbol of one founder, lion, eagle, badger, and serpent. At the center stood a pedestal holding a crystal sphere that pulsed with multicolored light. This is the ward nexus, Hogwarts continued. From here, my master can activate defensive protocols beyond standard headmaster authority. In extremis, these protections could temporarily separate Hogwarts from external governance entirely. You mean cut off the castle from the ministry completely? Harry asked, wide-eyed. Only as a last resort, Hogwarts clarified. Such action would have profound consequences for magical education in Britain. However, should authorities attempt to sever our bond or remove you forcibly from my protection, these measures remain available. Harry approached the pedestal cautiously. How does it work? Place your hand on the sphere and focus on our connection, Hogwarts instructed. You need not activate anything now, merely attune yourself to the system so you can access it if needed. When Harry touched the crystal, information flooded his mind, intricate ward structures, layered defenses, magical barriers that could isolate Hogwarts from the outside world while maintaining its internal functions. The knowledge settled into his consciousness like puzzle pieces clicking into place, accessible but not overwhelming. I understand it now, he said with surprise, withdrawing his hand. If we needed to, we could lock down the entire castle against anyone trying to enter, even the ministry. A capacity I hope remains theoretical, Hogwarts replied. But preparedness serves us well given Lucius Malfoy's escalating efforts. These efforts weren't limited to legal channels. As November progressed, Harry noticed increased scrutiny from certain Slytherin students, not just Draco Malfoy but older children from families with known Death Eater connections. They tracked his movements, attempted to eavesdrop on his conversations with Ron and other friends, and occasionally tried following him to his special lessons. They seek to document your activities for their parents, Hogwarts explained after helping Harry evade a particularly persistent 6th-year Slytherin. Information that could support Malfoy's petition by suggesting improper education or influence. It's getting annoying, Harry complained. I can't go anywhere without someone watching or following. Perhaps we should give them something worth reporting, Hogwarts suggested, an unusual note of mischief in her voice. Something to reinforce their perception of our bond without revealing its true nature. This led to a series of carefully orchestrated demonstrations, Harry, coincidentally, approaching doors that opened before he touched them, staircases that rearranged themselves specifically to his convenience, and portraits that greeted him by name without introduction. All were abilities any student might witness without revealing the deeper aspects of Harry's connection to the castle. Let them report these observations, Hogwarts advised. Such demonstrations appear impressive but reveal nothing of our true capabilities. The strategy proved effective in an unexpected way. Rather than supporting Malfoy's petition, the reports of Harry's apparent casual control over castle functions made some Wizengamot members reluctant to interfere with a clearly established magical bond. Interesting development, Dumbledore remarked during their weekly meeting. Several members of the Wizengamot have privately expressed concern that attempting to regulate your connection with Hogwarts might trigger unforeseen magical consequences. Apparently, rumors of your abilities have made some rather nervous about potential backlash should they rule against you. That wasn't exactly our intention, Harry replied, surprised. Nevertheless, it serves our purpose, the headmaster noted with a twinkle in his eye. Magical bonds, particularly ancient ones involving powerful artifacts or structures, tend to resist external interference. The Wizengamot understands this principle, even if Lucius pretends otherwise. As the December hearing approached, Harry continued dividing his time between regular magical education, special training with Hogwarts, and carefully managed social interactions with selected students. His friendship with Ron Weasley had deepened, alongside new connections with Hermione Granger, a brilliant Gryffindor first-year who initially approached him with questions about the castle's history, and Neville Longbottom, a shy Gryffindor whose grandmother apparently knew Harry's parents well. Gran says our families were close during the war, Neville explained during one of their supervised study sessions. We might have grown up knowing each other if, everything hadn't happened. Harry found this connection to his parents' world comforting. Do you think she might tell me more about them sometime? I don't know much about their lives before. I'm sure she would, Neville brightened. She talks about them sometimes, says your dad was always laughing and your mum was brilliant at charms. These friendships provided welcome normality amidst the increasingly tense political situation. The Daily Prophet now reported almost daily on what they'd dubbed the Hogwarts sovereignty dispute, with opinions divided between those supporting the castle's traditional autonomy and those arguing for ministry oversight of Harry's unusual situation. The hearing approaches a fundamental question, Hogwarts explained during their evening lesson. Does a sentient magical structure have rights comparable to a magical being? If so, can the ministry regulate my choice of master and how I educate him? What happens if they rule against us? Harry asked anxiously. Several possibilities exist, Hogwarts replied. They might attempt to impose a ministry-approved guardian with authority to override sanctuary. They could mandate specific oversight of your educational program, particularly our private training. In the most extreme case, they might try to suppress my manifestation entirely through regulatory restrictions on sentient architecture. Harry's expression hardened. They can't separate us, can they? Not without consequences, the castle assured him. Our bond exists through founding magic that predates the ministry itself. Attempting to sever it would trigger protective measures beyond their anticipation. The tension reached its peak in early December when Lucius Malfoy made an unscheduled visit to Hogwarts, accompanied by 2 ministry officials from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Artifacts. Harry first became aware of their presence through the castle's warning system, the model and the Heartstone chamber indicating unauthorized access to areas normally restricted to staff. Malfoy attempts to gather evidence before the hearing, Hogwarts informed him, her manifestation appearing beside him during lunch. He brings artifact specialists to examine my structure for regulatory classification purposes. Harry immediately connected to the castle's monitoring system, watching through the model as the group proceeded through corridors, casting detection charms on walls and architectural elements. What are they looking for exactly? He asked. Evidence to support classifying me as a regulated magical artifact rather than a sentient structure with legal autonomy, Hogwarts explained. The distinction significantly affects Ministry authority over our relationship. Dumbledore intercepted the group near the third-floor corridor, his usual genial manner overlaying evident displeasure. Through the castle's monitoring system, Harry could hear the exchange. Lucius, while the Board of Governors certainly has inspection rights regarding educational facilities, bringing department specialists without prior notification exceeds those privileges, Dumbledore observed calmly. Malfoy's reply carried his characteristic smooth arrogance. Merely exercising appropriate diligence, Headmaster. The upcoming hearing requires thorough understanding of the castle's current state, particularly these reported manifestations of sentience. Which fall outside board purview entirely, Dumbledore countered. The castle's consciousness and its chosen master relate to founding magic predating both board and ministry establishment. Their verbal sparring continued, but Harry's attention shifted when he felt a strange probing sensation through his connection with Hogwarts, something magical attempting to analyze the bond between them. They're using detection artifacts, Hogwarts confirmed, her manifestation flickering slightly. Advanced magical analysis tools attempting to categorize our connection within ministry classification frameworks. Can they hurt you? Harry asked anxiously. No, though the sensation is unpleasant. Like being examined without consent. The castle's form stabilized. However, this presents an opportunity to demonstrate that I am not merely a magical artifact to be regulated. Before Harry could ask what she meant, he felt the castle gathering its magic. Throughout Hogwarts, subtle but unmistakable changes began occurring, portraits relocating themselves on walls, staircases rearranging their configurations, doors appearing and disappearing seemingly at random. Nothing dangerous or disruptive to students, but a clear demonstration of autonomous magical action. Through the monitoring system, Harry watched Malfoy and his specialists react with evident alarm as the corridor around them reorganized itself, forcing them to backtrack repeatedly as their intended path kept changing. The castle appears to object to your inspection methods, Lucius, Dumbledore observed mildly, making no attempt to hide his amusement. Perhaps a less invasive approach would prove more productive. Malfoy's face tightened with barely controlled anger. This merely confirms our concerns, Headmaster. An unpredictable magical entity exercising arbitrary control over a school environment requires proper regulation. Or perhaps, Dumbledore countered, it demonstrates precisely what we've maintained, that Hogwarts possesses sufficient sentience to merit autonomy in selecting its master and determining appropriate education for him. The impromptu inspection concluded shortly thereafter, with Malfoy and his specialists departing considerably less confident than they'd arrived. Their detection devices had produced contradictory readings, with classification spells alternately identifying Hogwarts as an artifact, a semi-sentient construct, and a fully autonomous magical entity, results that undermined Malfoy's attempt to force a simple regulatory classification. Well handled, Harry told the castle once they'd gone. You confused their instruments on purpose, didn't you? I merely expressed my full magical nature, Hogwarts replied with evident satisfaction. Their detection methods assume fixed magical categories. I exist beyond such limitations, as does our bond. The incident strengthened their position heading into the December hearing. When Dumbledore presented the specialists' contradictory findings, several Wisengamot members expressed reluctance to establish precedent regarding a magical entity they couldn't properly classify. It would be precipitous to impose regulatory structures on magic we don't fully understand, Augusta Longbottom argued during the proceedings, which Harry observed remotely through a special viewing charm Flitwick had arranged. Hogwarts has operated semi-autonomously for 1,000 years without ministry intervention. Perhaps we should respect that tradition. Madame Bones, presiding over the hearing, clearly shared this caution. The Wisengamot must consider whether ministry authority properly extends to founding magic predating our governmental structure. Regulation exists to protect magical society, not to control every aspect of magical existence. After 3 days of testimony, including reports from Madame Marchbanks confirming Harry's excellent progress and appropriate care under the current arrangement, the Wisengamot ruled narrowly in their favor. The sanctuary claim remained valid, with the liaison office maintaining its limited oversight role but no additional ministry regulation imposed on Harry's education or his connection with Hogwarts. A significant victory, Dumbledore pronounced when informing Harry of the outcome. Though I suspect Lucius will seek other avenues to achieve his goals. This represents a setback for him, not surrender. The headmaster's prediction proved accurate almost immediately. Unable to achieve his objectives through legal channels, Malfoy pivoted to social pressure, using his influence with the Daily Prophet to publish a series of articles questioning whether Harry's isolation from proper wizarding society might be detrimental to his development. The Boy Who Lived, hero of the wizarding world, denied normal childhood, read one particularly manipulative headline, followed by quotes from concerned magical child development specialists suggesting Harry needed regular interaction with appropriate wizarding families to develop healthy social connections. Transparent, McGonagall sniffed, tossing the newspaper aside during breakfast. Malfoy couldn't gain control through regulation, so now he attempts to manufacture public pressure for social access. Actually, Dumbledore mused, this approach might present an opportunity. With the sanctuary legally secured and the holiday break approaching, perhaps controlled visits with selected families might demonstrate our willingness to provide Harry with appropriate socialization. Harry perked up at this suggestion. You mean I could visit Ron's family or something? Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed. The Weasleys have extended several invitations already. A brief, properly secured visit during the holidays would satisfy legitimate socialization needs while demonstrating openness to appropriate wizarding cultural experiences. Hogwarts manifestation, visible only to Harry during the staff breakfast, nodded agreement. Strategic accommodation of reasonable concerns while maintaining our fundamental protections. Wise. Thus arrangements were made for Harry to spend 3 days after Christmas at the Burrow, the Weasley family home, with enhanced protective measures and a modified connection allowing Hogwarts to maintain awareness of his safety despite physical distance from the castle. I'll need to adjust our bond slightly, the castle explained during their preparation session. Creating a tether that extends beyond my physical foundations while you're away. Is that difficult? Harry asked. Challenging but achievable, Hogwarts confirmed. The founders occasionally left my grounds while maintaining certain connections. I'll implement similar principles, though our deeper bond should allow for stronger remote awareness than they experienced. The modification ritual took place in the Heartstone Chamber on the winter solstice, a magically significant date that enhanced connection-based spells. Harry stood on the central platform while Hogwarts guided him through visualizing their bond as a golden cord that could stretch without breaking. Focus on maintaining our connection regardless of distance, the castle instructed as Harry placed both hands on the miniature model. Feel the tether between us extending beyond my physical walls. The procedure left Harry with a warm, steady pulse in his chest, a constant reminder of Hogwarts' presence that would remain even when he visited the Weasleys. In addition, he received a special amulet crafted from a stone taken from the castle's original foundation, enchanted to serve as an emergency portkey should he face danger. Only in true peril, Hogwarts cautioned as he placed the amulet around his neck. Activation requires genuine threat, it won't transport you merely because of discomfort or minor unpleasantness. Christmas at Hogwarts proved magical in the most literal sense. With most students gone for the holidays, the castle transformed into a winter wonderland, evergreen trees reaching to the great hall ceiling, enchanted snow falling that never felt cold, magical carols sung by suits of armor. Harry received his first real Christmas presents, a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, sent ahead with Ron's owl, books from Hermione, magical sweets from Neville, and an invisibility cloak from an anonymous sender that Dumbledore hinted had belonged to Harry's father. This was your dad's? Harry asked wonderingly, letting the silvery material flow through his fingers. It feels special somehow. A most exceptional invisibility cloak, Dumbledore confirmed. Most such cloaks fade or become damaged over time. This one has maintained its power remarkably. Harry's most meaningful gift, however, came from Hogwarts herself. The castle presented him with a small, leather-bound journal whose pages connected directly to her awareness. "Right in this book when we're separated," Hogwarts explained as Harry examined the elegant volume with its embossed H on the cover. "I will sense your words and can respond. A communication method that works regardless of distance." "It's brilliant," Harry breathed, immediately opening it to write his first message, "Thank you for being my first real home." Words appeared beneath his in an elegant script, "Thank you for awakening me fully, Harry Potter. Our journey together has only begun." The day after Christmas, Harry prepared for his first journey away from Hogwarts since arriving nearly 6 months earlier. Professor McGonagall would accompany him via Fleur network to the Burrow, where Arthur Weasley had established temporary wards connected to Hogwarts' monitoring system. "Nervous?" McGonagall asked, noticing Harry's fidgeting as they prepared to depart. "A bit," he admitted. "I've never visited another wizarding home before. What if I do something wrong or weird?" "The Weasleys are perhaps the least judgmental family in Wizarding Britain," McGonagall assured him with rare warmth. "Arthur and Molly have raised 7 children with vastly different personalities. Nothing you could do would surprise them." Harry nodded, touching the amulet beneath his shirt for reassurance. He could feel Hogwarts' presence through it, distant but steadfast. With a deep breath, he took a pinch of Fleur powder and stepped into the fireplace. "The Burrow," he announced clearly, and the world dissolved into green flames. The Burrow was unlike any building Harry had ever seen, a ramshackle collection of rooms that appeared to defy physical laws, held together seemingly by magic alone. Compared to Hogwarts' ancient grandeur, the Weasley home exuded cheerful chaos, magical objects cluttering every surface, homemade decorations adorning walls, delicious cooking smells wafting from the kitchen. "Harry!" Ron exclaimed as he tumbled from the fireplace. "Welcome to our house." "It's not fancy like Hogwarts, but it's brilliant," Harry interrupted sincerely, taking in the clearly loved and lived-in home. Mrs. Weasley bustled forward, enveloping Harry in a warm hug before he could prepare himself. "Harry dear. We're so pleased you could visit. Arthur's just finishing the security arrangements with Professor McGonagall. Come in, you're much too thin. Didn't they feed you properly at that school?" "I eat plenty," Harry assured her, smiling at her motherly concern. "The house elves are always trying to give me extra portions." "Well, you'll find no shortage of food here," Mrs. Weasley declared. "Ron, show Harry where he'll be sleeping. Dinner in 30 minutes. Ron led Harry up several flights of creaking stairs to a small but cozy bedroom beneath the attic, walls plastered with orange posters of the Chudley Cannons Quidditch team. "You'll bunk in here with me," Ron explained. "It's not much, but it's perfect," Harry said honestly. After the Dursleys' cupboard, even Hogwarts' luxurious founders' keep sometimes felt overwhelmingly large. Ron's snug room felt just right. The 3 days at the Burrow passed in a blur of new experiences. Harry learned wizard chess from Ron, losing spectacularly but enjoying every game, helped degnome the garden, surprised to find the creatures looked nothing like the cheerful garden statues Muggles used, and joined impromptu Quidditch matches with Ron's siblings. The twins, Fred and George, took particular delight in showing Harry their latest pranking inventions, while Percy pompously explained various ministry regulations he found fascinating. Throughout his visit, Harry maintained contact with Hogwarts through their tether and the journal, writing brief updates each night and receiving encouraging responses. The castle's presence felt more distant than within Hogwarts' walls but remained a constant reassurance. "It's weird," he confided to Ron on their second evening. "I can still sort of feel the castle, even though we're miles away. Like a warm spot right here." He tapped his chest. Ron looked fascinated. "That's bloody brilliant. Is it always there?" "Since the solstice ritual, yeah," Harry confirmed. "Hogwarts says it's like an extended version of what the founders used when they traveled." "Mental," Ron breathed, clearly impressed. "No wonder Malfoy's dad is so desperate to understand your connection." That kind of magic is seriously old-school powerful. On Harry's final evening at the Burrow, Mr. Weasley invited him for a private conversation in his shed workshop, where he tinkered with Muggle artifacts. Among dismantled electrical appliances and collections of batteries, the balding red-haired man spoke more seriously than Harry had yet seen him. "Harry, I wanted a moment to discuss something important with you," Mr. Weasley began, setting aside a screwdriver. "You know I work at the Ministry, in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office." Harry nodded, wondering where this was heading. "It's not a prestigious department," Mr. Weasley continued with a self-deprecating smile, "but it does give me certain insights into Ministry politics. I feel obligated to warn you, Lucius Malfoy's recent setbacks have made him more determined, not less. My contacts indicate he's developing new strategies to gain influence over your situation." Harry tensed. "What kind of strategies?" "He's forming a Cultural Heritage Education Committee through the Board of Governors, technically focused on ensuring all Hogwarts students receive proper wizarding cultural education, but actually designed to gain access to you specifically." Mr. Weasley's normally cheerful face looked unusually grave. "The committee would have authority to remove certain students for cultural enrichment activities with approved wizarding families." "They can't make me leave Hogwarts," Harry said firmly. "The sanctuary ruling wouldn't be officially violated, Mr. Weasley explained. These would be presented as educational excursions, not changes to your residence. Brief but regular visits to families like the Malfoys, ostensibly to teach wizarding traditions and customs." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter weather. "They're trying to get around the sanctuary by calling it education." "Precisely," Mr. Weasley confirmed grimly. "Dumbledore will fight it, of course, but the Board of Governors has certain authorities even the Headmaster can't easily override when they relate to cultural educational standards." Harry instinctively touched the amulet beneath his shirt, drawing comfort from Hogwarts' distant presence. "Thanks for the warning, Mr. Weasley." "There's something else," Mr. Weasley added, lowering his voice further. "Something I probably shouldn't share but feel you deserve to know. There are rumors in certain Ministry departments about prophecies stored in the Department of Mysteries, including one concerning you and you-know-who." Harry stiffened. "Hogwarts mentioned something about a prophecy once but wouldn't explain." "I'm not surprised," Mr. Weasley replied. "Few know the details, but its existence isn't completely secret among those who fought in the war. I mention it because Lucius Malfoy has been making inquiries about Department of Mysteries access protocols recently. It may relate to his interest in controlling your education." Harry absorbed this information with growing concern. The castle had been right, Malfoy wouldn't stop simply because of legal setbacks. He was finding new approaches to achieve the same goal, access to Harry and the knowledge he might possess through Hogwarts. "I'll tell Dumbledore and Hogwarts when I get back," Harry promised. "And, thanks for trusting me with this." Mr. Weasley squeezed his shoulder. "You're carrying burdens no child should bear, Harry. But from what Ron tells us, you're handling them with remarkable maturity. James and Lily would be tremendously proud." When Harry returned to Hogwarts the following day, he immediately sought out the Heartstone Chamber to restore his full connection with the castle. Though the Tether had maintained their bond during his absence, reuniting within Hogwarts walls felt like taking a deep breath after too long underwater, his awareness of the castle flooding back with enhanced clarity. "Welcome home, Harry Potter," Hogwarts greeted him, her manifestation more solid than he'd seen it during their journal communications. "Your visit was successful." "The Weasleys were brilliant," Harry confirmed, placing his hands on the model castle to fully restore their connection. "But Mr. Weasley warned me about Malfoy's new plan." He explained the Cultural Heritage Committee strategy. The castle's manifestation shimmered with evident concern. "A clever approach that exploits a genuine educational consideration to achieve his true objective. The board does indeed have authority to establish cultural standards that even Dumbledore must accommodate." "What can we do?" "Several options exist," Hogwarts replied thoughtfully. We might accept limited cultural instruction while ensuring it occurs within my walls rather than at external locations. Alternatively, we could demonstrate that your cultural education already exceeds ministry standards through our specialized curriculum. Harry considered these possibilities. Mr. Weasley also mentioned something about a prophecy in the Department of Mysteries, said Malfoy's been asking questions about access procedures there. The castle's manifestation stilled completely for a moment, a sign Harry had learned indicated intensive focus. This development concerns me greatly. The prophecy regarding you and Voldemort remains one of the most closely guarded secrets in Wizarding Britain. If Lucius Malfoy seeks access, his motivations extend beyond mere influence over your education. What exactly does the prophecy say? Harry asked directly. If it's about me, I should know. Hogwarts was silent for a long moment before responding. You are right, Harry Potter. The time has come for certain truths, though I had hoped to delay this burden longer. Her manifestation grew more defined, almost solid. The prophecy that connected your fate with Voldemort's was made shortly before your birth. In essence, it identified a child born as the 7th month died who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, a child marked by Voldemort himself as his equal. Harry's hand instinctively rose to his scar. That's why he came after me as a baby. Because of this prophecy? Yes. Voldemort learned of the prophecy's first portion only, enough to identify you as a threat but not enough to understand the full implications. His attempt to kill you, resulting in that scar, fulfilled the marking as equal component. And the rest? Harry pressed. What power do I have that could defeat him? The prophecy speaks of power the Dark Lord knows not, Hogwarts replied carefully. Dumbledore believes this refers to your capacity for love, an emotion Voldemort has never understood or experienced. I believe it may also relate to our bond, a connection no dark wizard could anticipate or replicate. Harry sat heavily on the chamber floor, mind reeling with implications. So I'm supposed to defeat Voldemort somehow? A wizard so powerful that only Dumbledore could stand against him? The nature of prophecy is complex, Hogwarts cautioned. They represent possible futures, not absolute certainties. By acting on this prophecy, Voldemort himself strengthened its likelihood of fulfillment when he marked you. And Malfoy wants to know exactly what it says, Harry realized. That's why he's so desperate to influence me. He's reporting back to Voldemort's supporters, maybe preparing for when Voldemort returns. A logical assessment, the castle agreed grimly. Which makes our preparations all the more critical. The revelation of the prophecy fundamentally changed Harry's perspective on his training in connection with Hogwarts. What had begun as sanctuary from abusive relatives now carried greater significance, preparation for an eventual confrontation with the wizard who had murdered his parents and attempted to kill him as an infant. I need to learn more, Harry decided, rising with new determination. Not just castle control and basic magic, but everything I'll need to face him eventually. I concur, Hogwarts replied, something like pride in her voice. Beginning tomorrow, we shall accelerate certain aspects of your education, particularly defensive magic and access to repositories of knowledge that might prove crucial in confronting dark forces. Harry spent the remainder of the holiday break in intensive training, dividing his time between Ravenclaw's repository, where he studied theoretical foundations of defensive magic, and practical exercises in the Room of Requirement, which Hogwarts configured to help him develop his growing magical abilities. When the other students returned in January, they found a subtly changed Harry Potter, still friendly but more focused, more purposeful in his movements and studies. Friends like Ron noticed the shift immediately. You seem different, Ron observed during their first study session of the new term. More serious or something? Harry shrugged, unsure how much to share about the prophecy revelation. Just realized some things over break. About why certain people are so interested in me and the castle. Malfoy's lot, you mean? Ron guessed shrewdly. Dad said his father's cooking up some new committee scheme. Something like that, Harry confirmed. Makes me realize I need to be better prepared for whatever comes next. January brought the implementation of Malfoy's Cultural Heritage Education Committee, though with significant modifications negotiated by Dumbledore. Rather than removing students for external activities, the committee would provide on-site cultural instruction for all Muggle-raised students, not just Harry specifically. Additionally, these lessons would be supervised by Hogwarts professors rather than committee members directly. A reasonable compromise, Hogwarts noted after the first session, where a committee-approved instructor had taught Harry and several Muggle-born first-years about wizarding holiday traditions. Malfoy achieves a technical victory while gaining no actual access to you. Harry nodded agreement. The lessons aren't bad either. Useful information I wouldn't learn in regular classes. Indeed. Cultural knowledge has value regardless of the political motivations behind its provision. As winter progressed toward spring, Harry settled into a new routine that balanced his unique training with carefully managed social development. Dumbledore arranged regular study groups with selected students, supervised flying sessions with members of various house Quidditch teams, and occasional weekend activities that allowed Harry to build friendships while maintaining appropriate security. His connection with Hogwarts continued strengthening, manifesting in increasingly sophisticated control over the castle's functions. What had begun as basic awareness of the structure now extended to nuanced manipulation of its defensive systems, access to hidden spaces, and even limited influence over the semi-sentient beings that inhabited its walls, portraits, suits of armor, and certain magical constructs created by the founders. Your integration with my systems progresses remarkably, Hogwarts observed after Harry successfully redirected a group of lost first-years by subtly adjusting corridor configurations to lead them back to familiar territory. What once required conscious effort now happens almost instinctively. It feels natural now, Harry agreed. Like the castle's an extension of myself sometimes. This deepening connection became increasingly evident to the castle's other inhabitants. Students noticed how doors opened for Harry before he touched them, how staircases repositioned themselves as he approached, how even Peeves the poltergeist treated him with unusual respect. These observations fed ongoing speculation about his abilities, though Harry carefully avoided confirming or denying specific rumors. The prophesied confrontation with Voldemort, however, remained a distant concern until mid-March, when Harry experienced his first significant warning through the castle's detection systems. During an evening training session in the Heartstone Chamber, the model castle's warning tower suddenly pulsed red, indicating a breach of outer perimeter wards. Someone's entering the Forbidden Forest from the eastern boundary, Harry noted, connecting instantly to Hogwarts' monitoring system. Moving carefully, using concealment charms. Yes, Hogwarts confirmed, her manifestation growing sharper as she focused on the intrusion. A singular magical signature, human, but containing unusual dual resonance patterns. Harry frowned, concentrating on the sensation through their bond. It feels wrong somehow. Like two different magical signatures overlapping. Precisely, Hogwarts agreed, sounding troubled. One signature I recognize, Professor Quirrell, our defense against the dark arts instructor. The other remains partially obscured but carries dark magical resonance unlike anything currently registered within my grounds. Quirrell. Harry repeated with surprise. The stuttering, nervous professor seemed an unlikely midnight forest visitor. Could he be meeting someone? Possibly, though the dual signature suggests something more complex than a simple rendezvous. The castle's manifestation flickered thoughtfully. We should alert the headmaster while maintaining observation. Through their connection, Harry sent a silent alert to Dumbledore's office while continuing to track Quirrell's movement through the forest. The professor followed a winding path that seemed purposeful rather than random, eventually stopping near a small clearing where unicorns had been reported recently. He appears to be hunting, Harry realized with growing unease. But professors wouldn't hurt unicorns. Everyone knows that's seriously dark magic. Indeed, Hogwarts replied grimly. Unicorn blood carries powerful properties when consumed, the ability to sustain life even when near death. However, slaying such a pure creature to drink its blood curses the consumer with a half-life, mere existence rather than true living. Why would Quirrell need that? He's not dying, is he? Perhaps not Quirrell himself, the castle suggested quietly. But potentially the secondary magical signature we detected. Before they could discuss further implications, the model indicated Dumbledore's rapid movement from his office toward the forest edge, accompanied by Professors McGonagall and Snape. Through the castle's monitoring system, Harry observed their progress, moving with purpose but without obvious haste that might alert their quarry. "They're being careful not to spook him," Harry noted. "Acting like they're just doing a normal patrol." "Wise," Hogwarts agreed. "Confronting him directly might prevent discovering his true purpose." For nearly an hour, Harry watched through the model as the professors maintained distant observation of Quirrell, who appeared to be searching the forest with increasing frustration. Eventually, the defense professor abandoned his hunt and returned toward the castle, forcing Dumbledore and the others to temporarily retreat to avoid detection. "He's returning empty-handed," Harry observed. "But why would a professor be hunting unicorns in the first place? And what's that weird second magical signature?" "Questions the headmaster will undoubtedly investigate," Hogwarts replied. "This incident suggests something fundamentally concerning about Professor Quirrell's current state. The dual magical resonance particularly troubles me." Late that night, Dumbledore visited the Founder's Keep to discuss the situation with Harry directly, an unusual step that emphasized the seriousness of the development. "Your alert was most timely," the headmaster began, accepting a cup of tea from a house elf. "Though Professor Quirrell's behavior raises more questions than we answered tonight. The castle detected something strange about his magic," Harry explained. "Like two different signatures overlapping." "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed, his expression grave. Professor Snape noted the same anomaly. "Most concerning indeed, particularly given certain information I've recently received regarding Professor Quirrell's travels before joining our staff this year." "You think someone's possessing him or something?" Harry guessed. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly at Harry's intuitive leap. "A remarkably astute possibility, Harry. Possession typically creates precisely the magical resonance pattern Hogwarts detected, two signatures occupying a single physical form. But who would possess a Hogwarts professor? And why hunt unicorns? As to the first question, I have disturbing suspicions but insufficient evidence to act upon them yet." Dumbledore sipped his tea thoughtfully. "Regarding unicorn blood, such a substance would sustain a being caught between life and death, unable to claim a proper physical form independently." The implication hung heavily in the air. Harry felt a chill of realization creep down his spine. "You mean Voldemort? He's possessing Quirrell?" "I cannot confirm this definitively," Dumbledore cautioned. "However, certain patterns align disturbingly with this hypothesis. Quirrell's unexplained absence in Albania last year. His complete personality transformation upon return. These unusual nocturnal activities." Harry touched his scar unconsciously. "If it is him, what's he doing at Hogwarts? Is he after me because of the prophecy?" "That may be one motivation," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though I suspect his primary objective relates to something currently secured within the castle, an object of immense magical significance that could potentially restore his physical form completely." "The Philosopher's Stone," Hogwarts manifestation stated, shimmering into existence beside Harry's chair. "Created by Nicholas Flamel, capable of producing the elixir of life. Currently protected within my walls by your combined enchantments." Dumbledore looked momentarily surprised by the castle's direct identification of the object. "Indeed. Though I had not intended to burden Harry with this knowledge yet. If Voldemort seeks the stone within me, my master should be fully informed," Hogwarts replied firmly. "Particularly given the prophecy's implications and the direct threat this presence represents." The headmaster sighed. "You are correct, of course. Half-truths, however well-intentioned, serve us poorly in this situation." He turned to Harry directly. "Yes, Harry. At Nicholas Flamel's request, I arranged to store the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts this year, protected by a series of enchantments created by various professors. If our suspicions about Quirrell prove correct, Voldemort may be using him to seek access to the stone. But the castle would detect any attempt to steal it, right? Harry asked, looking between Dumbledore and Hogwarts manifestation. Under normal circumstances, yes, Hogwarts confirmed. However, as a professor with legitimate access to most areas, Quirrell operates with fewer restrictions than an external intruder would face. Which is precisely why we've implemented multiple protective layers beyond standard castle security, Dumbledore added. The stone remains safe for the moment. Nevertheless, we must accelerate our observation of Professor Quirrell's activities while gathering evidence required for intervention. This disturbing development transformed Harry's training yet again. While maintaining his regular educational schedule, his sessions with Hogwarts now included enhanced focus on detecting dark magic, recognizing possession indicators, and monitoring the castle's most sensitive areas. Your connection with my defensive systems allows you to perceive intrusion attempts I might miss, Hogwarts explained during one such lesson. While I monitor all areas simultaneously, your human consciousness brings intuitive pattern recognition that complements my more systematic awareness. Together, they established additional alerts around the third-floor corridor housing the stone's protections, enchantments that would notify Harry immediately if Quirrell, or anyone else, attempted unauthorized access. Dumbledore, meanwhile, arranged for staff to maintain casual but constant observation of the defense professor's movements. April brought increasing signs that their suspicions about Quirrell were well-founded. The professor's behavior grew more erratic, periods of apparent confusion alternating with unusual focus, unexplained absences from meals, late-night wanderings that always seemed to circle back toward the third-floor corridor. He's testing the protections, Harry realized after observing one such pattern through the Heartstone Chambers model. Each night he approaches from a different direction, checking for weaknesses. Yet never crossing the final threshold that would trigger main alarms, Hogwarts noted. He demonstrates concerning familiarity with detection system limitations. Most disturbing was Quirrell's growing interest in Harry himself. The professor began manufacturing reasons to encounter Harry during his movements through the castle, engaging him in seemingly casual conversations that nevertheless felt probing, calculated. Fascinating sea connection you have with the sea castle, Mr. P. Potter, Quirrell remarked during one such coincidental meeting near the library. A most unusual magical bond. Discovered anything particularly interesting in your explorations? Harry maintained the polite but non-committal responses he'd perfected with Malfoy. Just learning magic like everyone else, Professor. The castle helps me find my way around, that's all. Of course, Quirrell replied with an unconvincing smile. Though one imagines such an ancient and magical structure must contain remarkable secrets. If you ever discover anything of historical significance, my door is always open. These interactions left Harry increasingly uncomfortable, particularly when he noticed Quirrell's stutter seemed to fade when discussing certain topics. More concerning, Harry occasionally felt strange sensations from his scar during prolonged proximity to the professor, subtle prickling that Hogwarts detected through their connection. Your scar's reaction suggests magical resonance, the castle observed after one such incident. Consistent with its origin as a cursed wound created by Voldemort himself. This strengthens our suspicion regarding Quirrell's passenger. By late April, the situation reached a critical point when castle monitoring detected Quirrell making his first direct attempt to bypass the enchanted door guarding the stone's protections. Though unsuccessful, the attempt indicated escalating desperation. He grows bolder, Dumbledore noted gravely during an emergency meeting with Harry and McGonagall. Perhaps his passenger weakens and requires the stone more urgently than anticipated. Should we confront him directly? McGonagall asked. Now that we have evidence of attempted access. Not yet, Dumbledore decided after consideration. A premature confrontation might drive Voldemort, if indeed it is he, to desperate measures that endanger students. Better to strengthen protections while gathering irrefutable evidence. Harry, however, felt increasing unease with this cautious approach. What if he succeeds somehow? If Voldemort gets the stone and comes back properly? A valid concern, Dumbledore acknowledged. However, the final protection surrounding the stone is one Voldemort cannot possibly overcome, regardless of whose body he occupies. This cryptic statement provided limited reassurance as April gave way to May and Quirrell's behavior grew increasingly erratic. The professor now appeared physically diminished, thinner, paler, with a perpetual nervous twitch. Yet paradoxically, his magical aura detected through castle monitoring showed strengthening dark resonance. The host weakens while the parasite grows stronger, Hogwarts observed during their nightly monitoring session. A common pattern in magical possession cases. The situation reached its climax in mid-May when Dumbledore received an urgent ministry owl during dinner, calling him to London for an emergency Wisengamot session. Harry, connecting through the Heartstone chamber that evening, felt immediate concern about the timing. The summons seemed suspiciously convenient, Hogwarts agreed when he expressed this worry. Particularly given increased activity from Quirrell throughout the day. Harry's suspicion proved justified when castle monitoring detected Quirrell moving purposefully toward the third-floor corridor barely an hour after Dumbledore's departure. Unlike previous exploratory approaches, the professor moved with direct intent, his magical signature now barely disguising the darker presence beneath. He's making his move, Harry realized, watching the glowing dot representing Quirrell bypass initial protections with practiced ease. We need to alert the other professors. Already done, Hogwarts confirmed. McGonagall and Snape approach from different directions. However, Quirrell has substantially disabled outer warning systems, they may not reach him before he penetrates inner defenses. Harry made an instant decision. I'm going too. I can track him through our connection better than anyone else. Dangerous, Hogwarts cautioned. Yet potentially necessary. Your bond with me provides advantages others lack. Moving with newfound purpose, Harry left the Founder's Keep and navigated rapidly through castle passages that rearranged themselves to create the most direct route. Through their connection, Hogwarts guided him while simultaneously tracking Quirrell's progress and the responding professors. McGonagall has been delayed by a false alarm Quirrell apparently arranged on the second floor, Hogwarts informed him as he raced through corridors. Snape continues toward the third floor but encounters deliberately resealed passages requiring magical unlocking. By the time Harry reached the third-floor corridor, Quirrell had already passed the initial protections, the enchanted door stood ajar, music from a charmed harp still playing to subdue the now sleeping three-headed dog guarding the entrance. He's already through the trapdoor, Harry realized, approaching the enormous slumbering creature cautiously. How far ahead? Approximately 5 minutes, Hogwarts calculated. He has passed Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare and Professor Flitwick's Flying Key challenge. He currently confronts Professor McGonagall's transfigured chess set. Harry faced an immediate decision, follow Quirrell into the protections or wait for the professors. The castle's monitoring showed Snape still several minutes away, delayed by Quirrell's sabotage of normal passages. I'm going after him, Harry decided. Not to confront him directly, but to observe and slow him down if possible until Snape arrives. Extremely risky, Hogwarts warned, her manifestation appearing beside him momentarily. Yet I cannot access the chamber sequence directly to stop him, the protections were deliberately designed to operate independently from my systems to prevent exactly the type of possession scenario we now face. Guide me through the challenges, Harry requested, moving toward the trapdoor. I've got the advantage of knowing what's coming. With Hogwarts guidance, Harry navigated the initial challenges efficiently, dropping past the now subdued Devil's Snare, quickly identifying the correct flying key from Flitwick's challenge thanks to castle-enhanced perception, and advancing to McGonagall's giant wizard chess set. Here he encountered his first significant delay, the chess game required playing through regardless of foreknowledge. By the time he successfully navigated the game, Quirrell had advanced significantly. He has passed the troll challenge through apparent prior arrangement, the creature was already unconscious upon his arrival, Hogwarts reported through their connection. He now faces Snape's logic puzzle with the potions. Harry hurried forward, reaching the troll chamber just as Snape finally arrived at the third-floor entrance far behind him. Through the castle's monitoring, he could sense the potion's master's rapid advancement, though still minutes away from Harry's position. The final chamber before the stone's resting place contained Quirrell himself, standing before a line of potion bottles, his turban slightly askew as he muttered to himself, or more accurately, appeared to be conversing with another presence. "Yes, master, the smallest bottle, forward, not back." Quirrell's voice had lost its stutter entirely, replaced by servile eagerness. Hidden in the chamber entrance shadows, Harry watched as the professor drank from a tiny bottle and stepped through black flames into the final chamber. Making a split-second decision, Harry moved swiftly to the potions lineup, identifying the return potion through Hogwarts' whispered guidance in his mind. The round bottle on the right allows return passage through the purple flames behind you, the castle informed him. Snape approaches but remains 3 challenges behind. McGonagall has only now reached the chess set. Harry took the round bottle, drank its contents, and stepped back through the purple flames, positioning himself in the troll chamber where he could observe the entrance to Snape's challenge while remaining hidden. Quirrell confronts the mirror of Eriste in the final chamber, Hogwarts reported through their connection. Dumbledore's ultimate protection, the stone appears only to one who wants to find it but not use it. So Quirrell can't get it? Harry confirmed quietly. Theoretically impossible for someone seeking the stone for Voldemort's resurrection, Hogwarts agreed. However, something unusual occurs, the second magical signature grows stronger, attempting to manifest directly. Harry felt a sharp pain in his scar, stronger than any previous sensation associated with Quirrell. Through their connection, Hogwarts registered his discomfort immediately. "Your scar reacts to proximity even through multiple chambers," she noted with concern. "Direct confrontation would likely cause significant magical backlash through your curse connection." "I'm staying hidden," Harry assured her. "Just monitoring until Snape gets here." But events accelerated beyond their anticipation. Through castle monitoring, Harry sensed a dramatic magical surge from the inner chamber, power swelling as Quirrell apparently failed repeatedly to retrieve the stone from the mirror. "Let me speak to him, face to face," came a high, cold voice that chilled Harry's blood despite the distance between them. "Master, you are not strong enough," Quirrell's voice responded. "I have strength enough, for this." A terrible scream echoed from the chamber, followed by a magical shockwave that rippled through the castle's monitoring system. Harry felt Hogwarts' alarm through their connection. "The possession manifests physically," she reported urgently. "Voldemort reveals himself directly, sharing Quirrell's physical form. The magical signature clarifies, unmistakably the same resonance that created your scar." Harry's instinct screamed danger, but before he could retreat further, the black flames parted and Quirrell backed into the chamber where Harry hid. The professor had removed his turban, and on the back of his head, facing away from his own face, was another face, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "We are not alone," the terrible face hissed before Quirrell could turn fully. "I sense Potter." Quirrell spun around, his movements jerky and unnatural with 2 consciousnesses controlling a single body. His eyes widened upon seeing Harry crouched in the shadows. "Potter. How convenient," Quirrell exclaimed, his voice now entirely free of stutter. "The master will speak with you directly." "Stop him," commanded the high cold voice, Voldemort's voice, from the back of Quirrell's head. "The boy may be able to retrieve the stone." Harry reacted instinctively, diving sideways as Quirrell lunged toward him. His connection with Hogwarts surged with protective energy, the castle channeling power through their bond even at this distance from the Heartstone chamber. "Seize him!" Voldemort shrieked as Quirrell's hands closed around Harry's wrist. The moment their skin made contact, Quirrell howled in agony. His flesh blistered and burned where it touched Harry, smoking as if subjected to terrible heat. He released Harry immediately, staring at his own blistering hands with horror. "What is this magic?" Voldemort demanded. "Seize him! Seize him!" Quirrell lunged again, but Harry, acting on pure instinct guided by Hogwarts' magical support flowing through their bond, reached out and pressed his hands directly against Quirrell's face. The effect was immediate and devastating. Quirrell screamed in unbearable pain as his face blistered beneath Harry's touch. "Master! I cannot touch him, it burns!" Quirrell shrieked. "Then kill him, fool, and be done!" Voldemort commanded. Quirrell raised his wand, but Harry, feeling Hogwarts power surging through him, grabbed the professor's arm with both hands. The burning effect intensified. Quirrell's entire arm seemed to crumble beneath Harry's grip, turning to ash-like material that flaked away. The pain in Harry's scar exploded to nearly unbearable levels as Quirrell collapsed, his body disintegrating wherever Harry's skin made contact. Through their connection, Harry felt Hogwarts channeling protective magic directly from the castle's foundations, amplifying whatever protection already prevented Voldemort from touching him. "What is this ancient magic?" Voldemort howled in fury and disbelief as Quirrell's body crumbled further. "This is not merely the Mother's protection." Harry, driven by instinct and Hogwarts guidance flowing through their bond, pressed both hands against what remained of Quirrell's chest. The effect was catastrophic for the possessed professor. His entire body seemed to dissolve into ash-like particles, a terrible scream echoing from both his own mouth and the grotesque face on the back of his head. As Quirrell's physical form disintegrated completely, a dark vapor rose from the remains, a shadowy, barely corporeal form with glowing red eyes that radiated malevolence. The spectre of Voldemort, now without a host, howled with incorporeal rage. "You have won this encounter, Potter," the vaporous form hissed, "but I cannot be destroyed so easily. We shall meet again." The shadow passed through Harry's body as it fled, causing excruciating pain in his scar and throughout his entire being. As darkness claimed his consciousness, the last thing Harry felt was Hogwarts' protective magic surging around him, shielding him from the worst effects of the Dark Spirit's passage. "Hold on, Harry Potter," came the castle's voice, distant but determined. "Help arrives." Harry awoke in the hospital wing 3 days later to find Dumbledore seated beside his bed, blue eyes watching him with a mixture of concern and pride. "Welcome back, Harry," the headmaster greeted him softly. "You've been through quite an ordeal." Harry blinked, memories flooding back: Quirrell, Voldemort's face, the burning touch, the fleeing shadow. "The stone," he croaked through a dry throat. "Did he get it?" "No," Dumbledore assured him, helping him sip water from a nearby glass. "The stone remains secure. In fact, Nicholas and I have agreed it should be destroyed to prevent further attempts." "But won't your friend die without it?" "He has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order," Dumbledore explained. "After 665 years, he and his wife rather view it as a well-earned rest." Harry nodded, then asked the question foremost in his mind: was that really Voldemort? "It was," Dumbledore confirmed gravely. "Or what remains of him, less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost, but alive nonetheless. Without a body, without a wand, incapable of ordinary magic, yet unable to die while certain anchors maintain his connection to this world." Before Harry could ask about these mysterious anchors, he felt a familiar presence. Hogwarts' manifestation shimmered into existence on his other side, more clearly defined than he'd ever seen her. "Harry Potter," the castle greeted him warmly. "Your courage was exceptional." "You helped," Harry replied with certainty. "I felt you channeling magic through our bond even though I was far from the Heartstone chamber. The connection we established during the winter solstice ritual proved its worth," Hogwarts confirmed. "Though the distance strained our bond, I could still provide certain protections." "Indeed," Dumbledore interjected, looking between them with evident fascination. "The integration of your mother's blood protection with Hogwarts' foundational magic created an effect beyond anything Voldemort anticipated. When he attempted to possess you directly after Quirrell's destruction, the combined protective forces repelled him violently." This was news to Harry. "He tried to possess me too." Briefly, the headmaster confirmed. "The vapor form you witnessed attempted to enter your body as a new host but found itself rejected by multiple layers of protection, your mother's sacrifice and Hogwarts' claim upon you working in concert." Harry absorbed this information, feeling strangely reassured despite the terrifying implications of Voldemort's continued existence. Between his mother's protection and Hogwarts' bond, he possessed defenses the Dark Lord couldn't penetrate. "What happens now?" he asked finally. "You rest and recover," Dumbledore replied. "The school year concludes in 3 weeks. Students return home for summer holidays, though you, of course, will remain here at Hogwarts." "And Voldemort?" Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. "He will seek other ways to return to physical form. Today's events merely delayed him, not defeated him permanently. Which makes your continued education and the strengthening of your connection with Hogwarts all the more important." Harry nodded, determination replacing uncertainty. The prophecy Hogwarts had revealed months earlier now felt more immediate, more real. Voldemort would return, and eventually, they would face each other again. "I'm ready to learn whatever I need to," he stated firmly. "Excellent," Dumbledore approved. "Though perhaps we might begin after you've fully recovered from your recent adventure." Word of Harry's confrontation with Quirrell spread throughout the school, though few knew the full truth involving Voldemort's possession. The official explanation, that Quirrell had attempted to steal a valuable magical artifact and Harry had helped prevent the theft, satisfied most students while keeping dangerous details confidential. The final weeks of term passed in a blur of recovery, examinations for the regular students, and preparations for summer. Harry gradually resumed his lessons with the professors and his special training with Hogwarts, though at a reduced pace while his magical energy replenished itself. The confrontation with Voldemort's spirit drained your magical core significantly, Hogwarts explained during their first post-recovery session in the Heartstone Chamber. "Complete restoration will require time. But I can still train," Harry confirmed anxiously. "Modified exercises, yes," the castle agreed. "In fact, recent events provide valuable data regarding the interaction between your natural protections and my foundational magic. We can strengthen their integration deliberately now that we've observed their combined effect." The term's end brought mixed emotions for Harry. While other students prepared excitedly for summer holidays, his friends faced 2 months of separation. Ron, Hermione, and Neville had become his first real companions after years of Dudley-enforced isolation. "I'll write loads," Ron promised as they gathered for a final study session. "Dad said you might even visit again this summer if Dumbledore approves the security." "I've compiled a reading list for you," Hermione added predictably, handing Harry a foot-long parchment. "Just because you're not attending regular classes doesn't mean you shouldn't follow an organized educational structure." Neville simply offered a package of magical plant cuttings from his private greenhouse. "For your window boxes," he explained shyly. "They're easy to care for but really interesting to watch grow." Harry promised to maintain contact through Owl Post, arranging with Hogwarts to continue collecting his mail despite the castle's usual summer dormancy. When the students finally departed on the Hogwarts Express, Harry watched from the highest tower, a complicated mixture of emotions swirling within him. "You'll see them again in September," Hogwarts noted, her manifestation appearing beside him as the train disappeared into the distance. "I know," Harry replied. "It's just strange, for the first time in my life, I have real friends to miss." "A positive development," the castle observed. "Particularly given what lies ahead. You will need allies in the coming years as Voldemort seeks to return." Harry nodded, turning from the window with new determination. "Then we should get back to training. I want to be ready when he tries again." The castle's manifestation smiled with approval. "Indeed, Harry Potter. Our work continues." Together, they descended from the tower into the now quiet castle, master and magical home united in purpose, preparing for challenges yet to come. The sanctuary that had rescued a lonely boy from abuse had transformed into something more, a fortress of knowledge and power that would help him face his destiny. Chapter 3, Legacy of the Founder's Summer at Hogwarts hit different with no students around. The massive corridors echoed with Harry's footsteps, the great hall felt weirdly empty with just one small table for the remaining staff, and the ground stretched quiet and peaceful under the Scottish sunshine. For most kids, summer meant freedom from school. For Harry, it meant having his home all to himself. Well, not entirely to himself. Dumbledore popped in regularly from his political battles at the Ministry. McGonagall stayed to prep for next term. Hagrid never left the grounds anyway. And then there was the castle herself, Harry's constant companion and increasingly his closest friend. "You're distracted today," Hogwarts noted as Harry fumbled another attempt at sensing specific individuals through the castle's wards. Her manifestation stood beside him in the Heartstone chamber, more physically defined than ever after their shared battle against Quirrell. "Just thinking about how weird this summer feels," Harry admitted, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Good weird, though. Last summer I was escaping the Dursleys and learning I was a wizard. Now I'm practicing advanced magic that most adults don't even know exists." "Your progress has been exceptional," Hogwarts agreed. "Particularly since your encounter with Voldemort 3 weeks ago." Harry absently touched the lightning scar on his forehead. The confrontation with Quirrell and the shade of Voldemort had changed something fundamental in him. The scar occasionally throbbed with a dull ache, especially during their more intense training sessions. More importantly, his connection to Hogwarts had deepened dramatically after the castle channeled protective magic through their bond during the confrontation. "Let's try again," Harry said, returning his attention to the miniature castle model at the chamber's center. He placed his hands on it, closed his eyes, and extended his awareness through Hogwarts' detection grid. Hagrid's at the edge of the forest with Fawn. McGonagall's in her office grading papers. Dumbledore's, that's weird. What do you sense?" Hogwarts asked. "Dumbledore feels blurry somehow. Like he's both in his office and somewhere else simultaneously. Very perceptive." The castle sounded pleased. "The Headmaster is communicating through the Fleur network, creating a magical signature that extends beyond my physical boundaries. Most wizards would register this as simply in the office, but you're detecting the magical extension of his presence." Harry opened his eyes, grinning. "That's pretty cool." "Indeed. Your sensitivity to magical signatures continues developing impressively." Hogwarts' manifestation moved around the model castle. "Perhaps we should progress to the next stage of your training." "Which is?" "Accessing deeper historical knowledge stored within my foundations. The Founders imbued me with memories and knowledge beyond what exists in written records." Hogwarts gestured toward a door that materialized in the chamber wall. "It's time you learned more about your connection to them." Harry followed the castle's manifestation through the new doorway, entering a circular room he'd never seen before. Unlike the grand, imposing architecture of most Hogwarts chambers, this space felt intimate and ancient, with rough-hewn stone walls bearing the marks of original construction. At the center stood a pedestal containing a wide, shallow stone basin carved with runes and filled with a silvery substance that wasn't quite liquid, wasn't quite gas. A pensieve, Harry recognized from his magical theory readings. "For viewing memories." "Not just any pensieve," Hogwarts corrected. "This is the Founder's pensieve, containing memories they specifically preserved for their true heir. While headmasters have their own pensieve for administrative purposes, this one has remained sealed within my deepest foundations for centuries, awaiting the one meant to access it." Harry approached cautiously, both excited and nervous. "And you think that's me?" "Because I'm your chosen master." "I know it's you," Hogwarts stated with certainty. "Your magical signature resonates with patterns left by all 4 Founders, something I've never detected in any previous student or headmaster." "You mentioned something about my bloodlines before," Harry recalled. "Are you saying I'm related to the Founders?" "All of them." Hogwarts' manifestation grew more defined, almost completely solid in appearance. "The truth is more complex than simple heredity, though bloodlines play a role. The Founders created me with recognition magics designed to identify one who would carry their collective legacy, both through partial blood descent and through magical resonance patterns." "So which Founders am I actually related to?" Harry asked, peering into the swirling silver substance. "That is one of many answers you'll find within these memories," Hogwarts replied. Simply touch the surface with your hand, and the pensieve will show what you need to see. Taking a deep breath, Harry reached forward and placed his palm against the cool, silvery surface. Instantly, the substance swirled make third the end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.